I believe we lost Miss Lawrence.
Okay.
Yes, it did. Okay, we seem to be having a glitch on our end.
Yeah. So they say they've lost you. Yeah.
We'll try to rejoin. Okay. Hopefully that will get us back on. We're
Yep.
trying Antonio.
Okay. I don't know if you heard that, Mr. Registrar.
Yes, absolutely. You will wait for her to rejoin the session.
Try
correct?
to log back on. Yeah.
Did you want to just test your sound?
Good morning. We got stuck in Zoom purgatory, it seemed.
We're back, Miss Lawrence.
Thank you. Apologies for that. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
We'll get started. Maybe you can just give me a second to ensure that my tech issues are resolved. Okay, seems good.
Okay.
I think we can get started. I don't know if we're live or not.
I believe we're live.
Okay, great. Good morning. We have one witness today. It's Janice Baker, who is our next witness, and I understand that she is in the waiting room. I'd ask the registrar to let her in, please.
Correct.
Good morning, Ms. Baker.
Good morning.
Commissioner, Ms. Baker has not yet been sworn, and I ask that the court reporter do that at this time.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you affirm the evidence you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Baker. You prepared an expert opinion report for the inquiry in November of 2022. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Great. Registrar, could you bring up document EXP 193, please. Ms. Baker, can you see that document on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Great. If you have any issue with any of the documents that we put up on the screen in terms of size or scrolling up and down, just let us know and the registrar can adjust.
Okay.
This is a fairly lengthy document. It contains your covering letter and then your report. It also contains your CV and some assumed facts that Commission Counsel provided to you. And I'd ask that this be made the next exhibit, please.
Noted.
And what number is that, Mr. Registrar?
Exhibit 229.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baker, before we get into the details of your opinion, I'm going to take you to your CV. Registrar, can you go to image 24 of this document, please? And this is your CV?
Yes, it is.
We redacted your personal contact information at the top, but this is the document that you provided to Commission Counsel?
Yes, it is.
Great. So just even on this first page, it's clear that you've worked in municipal government for decades. Is that right?
Yes, 35 years.
Before I get into your lengthy career, I'm going to go to your education, and that's at the bottom of image 26, please, Registrar. And can you call out the bottom part of this document under education? There we go. Just so it's a little bit bigger for you, Ms. Baker, and we can do that anytime you need a little assistance with the size of the font.
Thank you.
So I see that you have a Bachelor of Commerce degree with a major in accounting and finance. Is that right?
That's correct.
And a chartered professional accountant since 1982?
That's correct.
And more recently, in 2019, you did a director's education program at the Rotman School of Business.
Yes, correct.
Registrar, you can close this. And if you can go back to image 24, please. So right at the top of your CV, it indicates that you are currently the Chief Administrative Officer in the Region of Peel. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you've held that role since 2020?
Correct.
At a high level, what does your role as Chief Administrative Officer for the Region of Peel entail?
Thank you. The CAO is the single employee of the Council of the Region of Peel, and as such, you're responsible for the oversight of the organization, establishment of strategy for the municipality, setting of policy for a wide range of areas, whether it's human resources, finance, broad strategic objectives around the services that the region provides. You are, along with your leadership team and the professional staff in the organization, the advisors to council on issues that come before them, that they are responsible for making decisions with respect to services and other priorities for the municipality. We manage the infrastructure that the municipality owns and operates, provide frontline services in a broad range of areas. So in the case of the region, it's primarily housing, health, public works, and we run a number of provincial programs such as ambulance and emergency response. So in broad terms, you lead the organization, you certainly support the organization in terms of delivering on its objectives, and you are an advisor to council on issues where they are looking to the administration to help them do their job, which is make decisions on behalf of the citizens of the Region of Peel.
Thank you. Prior to this role in the Region of Peel, you worked for the City of Mississauga, your CV indicates.
Yes.
And I see you held successive roles in the City of Mississauga, starting in May 1999. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were first the Commissioner of Corporate Services and Treasurer for about 5 years, then the acting city manager and CAO for a brief period of time, and then the city manager and CAO from January 2005 to May 2020.
That's correct.
And recognizing that was a city role versus your role in the region of Peel, was the city manager and CAO role in Mississauga similar in terms of your overall responsibilities to the role that you currently hold in Peel?
Yes, it would have been very similar. The basket of services that the two municipalities delivers is somewhat different, but nonetheless, the role would have been virtually the same in terms of its responsibilities and accountabilities.
Thank you. Registrar, could you go to the next image, please? Your CV also indicates that you've worked for two other municipalities, the city of St. John in the 80s and into the 90s, and then the city of Oshawa from 1995 to 1999. Is that right?
Correct.
And you held successive leadership roles at they're commissioners, but at the director role. Is that right?
In St. John's, yes. My ultimate role was Director of Finance and City Treasurer, as you see there. And then in Oshawa, I held a number of commissioner roles.
And that included, for a brief period of time, the acting commissioner of public works.
That's correct. There was a reorganization underway, and the city manager at the time asked me to step into that role while we were looking to make some structural changes.
And thereafter, you had the Commissioner of Operational Services role, which had responsibility for roads and parks maintenance, recreation programs, and facilities and solid waste collection. Is that right?
Yes. So that was post the reorganization, and I took over that consolidated set of services for the city for a brief time.
Looking to the bottom of this page, you've listed a number of awards that you've received, most recently the Vanier Medal from the Institute of Public Administration of Canada, and that you indicate was the first time the award was given to a municipal official. At a very high level, the Institute of Public Administration of Canada, what is the nature of that organization?
The Institute of Public Administration of Canada is an organization that focuses on career development, training, skills development, setting codes of conduct, really looking at supporting senior public officials at all levels of government, federal, provincial, and municipal, learn about current best practices, and they do training for public officials. They hold an annual conference. They create networking opportunities, all with a view to building the skills and expertise of those in public service to be able to perform at their best. And the Vanier Medal, as you've noted, is their highest award that they give on an annual basis.
Thank you. Registrar, could you go to the next image, please? Thank you. And just stopping, just a matter of housekeeping. I understand that that this report should actually be exhibit 230. I think there was a numbering error earlier. Registrar, can you just confirm that?
I confirm it, Lawrence. It's 230 instead of 229.
Thank you. Turning to your board and community service, we're not going to go through all of them. They are many. In my review of these, it appears that you've served on a number of different boards, some of which arise out of the various roles that you have held. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And others appear to be education and development associations for municipal administrators. Is that also correct?
Yes, including the National Association in Canada for Municipal Administrators, the Canadian Association. I was on their board and served as president in 2017, I believe it was.
Thank you. And in those, that latter group of organizations, including the Canadian Municipal Administrators, in those roles, you were able to discuss and interact with other municipal senior officials. Is that right?
Yes, in fact, it's one of the prime benefits of being a member of an association is the ability to connect and network with your peers right across Canada.
Thank you. And did that include the sharing and brainstorming of best practices within municipal governance?
Absolutely. In fact, one of the programs that we had at the Canadian Association of Municipal Administrators was an annual awards program that across a number of areas had municipalities submit annually initiatives and programs that they had developed for purposes of showing innovation or best practices. And then those who receive the awards, their material would be available on the website for any and all members to access.
Thank you. So given your education and your very lengthy career in municipal government and your interactions with many other officials and other municipal governments, do you feel well positioned today to give the commissioner evidence about municipal corporate governance?
I believe so. I've been, as you've noted, in the field for a very, very long time with senior roles in large organizations, and I can hopefully share the benefit of my experience with the Commission.
Thank you. In giving your testimony today, can you commit to providing evidence that's fair, objective, and nonpartisan, and relating only to matters that are within your expertise?
Yes, I certainly can.
And you understand that this duty prevails over any other obligation that you might owe to Commission Counsel who have retained you, and that your role today really is to assist the Commissioner in his work of addressing the terms of reference. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Right. So you were given some facts to assume in Exhibit 230. Those start at Exhibit 28. Registrar, could you take us to Exhibit 28, please? Pardon me. Image 28 is what I meant to say. So you'll see this is the beginning of the Commission Counsel's letter to you that encloses your questions, themes, and some assumed facts. Registrar, could you go to the next image, please? Thank you. I'm not going to take you through each of these pages, but just for a bit of overview, you were asked to assume some facts, and you were given some references to the Commission's overview document. There's any on this particular page, but you recall throughout the assumed fact there's some references?
Yes, I do.
And you reviewed those pinpoint references in the overview documents in order to assess your opinion today?
Yes, I did.
And more recently, you were provided with some city policies and some consultant reports that are all relevant to this inquiry and its work?
Yes, I was.
So other than the documents and the assumed facts that we've provided to you, you haven't reviewed the totality of the overview documents in preparation for today. Is that right?
That's correct. I looked at the material that was provided to me only.
And you haven't listened to the evidence in the public hearings or reviewed the transcripts from that evidence?
I have not.
And you understand that your role really is to assist the commissioner, who's actually the person who's going to make findings of fact.
Correct.
Great. So I'm going to turn now to your opinion. Registrar, could you go to image 2 of this document, please? So this is really where your opinion starts. And Commission Council asked you a number of questions. I'm not going to go through each of the questions point by point, but I just wanted to give you a sense of where we'll go. We're going to start with best practices around setting the roles and responsibilities of staff. So first, I have some general questions about role clarity and role responsibility within large municipalities. In your report, Registrar, could you bring up the next page as well? Thank you. In your report at the bottom of image 2, you say large municipalities by their nature can be complex and untidy, which is a helpful way to put it, I think. And on the next page, you say culture is very important for organizational effectiveness. You talk about a culture of cooperation and transparency through your report. Can you speak more about why it is important to develop a culture of cooperation and transparency within large, untidy municipalities?
Yes, thank you. I mean, my reference to, I think, the untidiness of municipalities is that municipalities deliver a wide range of services, many of whom don't have on a daily basis the need to interact. So, if you're in the fire department, you may never speak to the person who's providing recreation programs and teaching kids to swim. So there is really a need for the organization to develop a strategy and plans to bring the organization together from a cultural perspective. And what I mean by that is you want the organization to be aligned on strategy, what is important to us in building this community. You want the organization to be aligned on its values, and you want the organization to be aligned on the behaviors that you would expect from senior leaders, staff. So talking about the values of the organization, how you want the staff to work together, regardless of whether they do that on a day-to-day basis or whether they do it on a more infrequent basis. The values of teamwork, of collaboration, of really behaving. I always use the expression, we are one team. In order to do that within a municipal structure, which again does not necessarily bring people together on a regular basis, you first of all, you need to articulate what those expectations are, and you can do that in a variety of ways, certainly in performance documents that the staff use to manage and measure both their deliverables, but also their competencies and behaviors. You can do it through learning and development opportunities. You can do it through team meetings. There are a wide range of tools that organizations can use to bring it together. But ultimately, what you really want is to have clear expectations and a clear understanding of the organizational culture and the behaviors that you expect from those who work for the municipality.
So turning to individuals or departments that do work more closely together than, say, the firefighter and the swim instructor, but divisions that are not that have their own roles and responsibilities, but may have some overlap or at least some similarity in terms of what they are doing. How can department leaders ensure that it is clear who is going to do what so that nothing gets, that there's not confusion or gaps or overlap?
Yeah, I think, again, there are probably a variety of things that need to be in place. It would would be the responsibility of the departmental leader to look at those who report to that position and really have articulated clearly the roles and responsibilities of each of their direct reports, and then in turn the staff who report to a director level position and front line. And typically that would be done either within the leadership team or with the assistance of an outside advisor or human resources to really look at the structure and understand all of the roles and responsibilities that are within the scope of the department, and then spell out clearly who is responsible for discharging those. That can be done in a variety of ways. I think if you look at municipalities and in particular the role of public works, every municipality has responsibility generally for various public works, whether it's roads, water, wastewater. So there certainly is a lot of evidence and information out there around how others have organized and set about aligning those roles and responsibilities. But it needs to be clear. Everything has to be covered. There needs also to be, there needs to be conversations about, how you're going to resolve those areas where there is overlap, because it's almost inevitable that the person who's responsible for the capital maintenance of assets and those who are responsible for the daily operations need to consult with each other occasionally and maybe even often to talk about their respective roles, but make sure that information and knowledge is being shared back and forth. But ultimately, it's the departmental leader who has the primary role in assessing and documenting and then sharing that understanding with everyone. The performance documents of staff would reflect the roles and responsibilities that have been assigned to them. Work plans would, in a similar fashion, be laid out in a way that would make it clear who is the person most responsible for delivering on a particular work item.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little.
My
the commissioner is taking handwritten notes, so to save his hand from cramping, if you can slow down just a little, I think that would be useful.
It's my Newfoundland heritage. I talk to you.
You mentioned work plans at the end, the tail end of your last answer. How are work plans a useful way to keep municipalities, and in particular public works departments within municipalities, on track in terms of goals and agenda items?
A work plan is essentially a document that captures immediate and possibly even short and medium term projects, work items, operational maintenance responsibilities for a team of people. So those plans would be really the way of operationalizing the responsibilities that have been assigned to respective staff in an organization and in a department. The work plans also can be used to provide status updates on progress. They can be used to identify challenges. We have a target of finishing project X, but we're running into problems. We need to have a discussion, or we need to bring that to the attention of our supervisors or leaders in the department. So they really are a tool that gives you a view of all of the various projects, issues, work items that are underway at a point in time, or potentially are planned for later in the year or subsequent years. And then you manage to those. They really are a tool that can allow you to keep a finger on the pulse of what's happening, identify problems and issues that may arise, and understand the progress that you're making. Are we hitting targets? Are we ahead, behind? They really can be very, very useful, both from a management perspective, but also from a communications perspective.
Thank you. You mentioned that work plans are one way to keep track of projects. When there are projects that overlap with different departments or divisions within departments, what's the best practice to ensure that a project is well managed?
In my experience, when you have a project that crosses departmental or divisional lines, you can establish a steering committee, or at least an oversight committee that has representatives, the appropriate representatives on the team from the different divisions or departments that are involved and have shared responsibility for that project. And through tools like a project charter or a document that speaks to the scope of the project, sets out the roles and responsibilities, you can establish how that team will work together, how frequently would they meet, what would be the items that would be on their agenda. It wouldn't likely be the intent of a steering committee to deal with the day-to-day operational issues of the project. That should be the role of the project manager, but certainly to receive updates, to resolve disagreements, or provide clarity if it is unclear around how something should be resolved, or what's more important. Is it more important that we do A or that we do B? What's the sequencing of these things, etc. I think it's important, based on everything that I've said to now. These are living, breathing projects. They require ongoing communication, typically ongoing management, and sometimes an intervention or a decision would have to be made by someone senior in a role because there's a disagreement that can't be resolved at the operational level. So it is a dynamic process, but nonetheless one that still can be structured to keep the project and the team on track.
Thank you. So you mentioned both charters and steering committees, and I'm just going to delve a little deeper into both of those. Registrar, could you bring up a document that was provided to you? It's called City of Hamilton Public Works Project Management Manual. Thank you. You can actually pull up the next image as well, please. This document does not yet have a doc ID, and it has not been introduced, Commissioner, through a city staff member, but Commission Council does anticipate it will be, and we've provided on that anticipation to Ms. Baker. Ms. Baker, you had a chance to look at this Public Works Project Management Manual in your preparation for today, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'll see, just looking at the table of contents, this manual really deals with project management. And you'll see project integration management, the fourth line down, is developing a project charter. And then it goes through a number of aspects of project management that should be considered. and then it ends in closing the project. So just if we can go down, Registrar, if you can pull up the page 6, please. Image 6, please. So here in this, this is project work specific for the city of Hamilton. So reference to what is a project, and it has some criteria to decide whether a project requires a project charter and actually is a project. And the criteria here are that it is the creation of a unique product, service, or result, that knowledge is broadly shared, including across divisions, that there's some time criteria that is relevant. There's resource criteria, including choosing between different resources that may be limited or funded by capital or operating budget, or the outcomes are uncertain, including having some political sensitivity or being public facing. And so in those circumstances, this manual suggests having a project charter because, as you say, projects are, here it says projects are human events, which I think corresponds to what you said about projects being living and breathing. In your view, what is the benefit of having a project charter when you have a circumstance where knowledge is broadly shared in order to create clarity around who is going to be doing what in the context of a project?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, the benefit of a project charter is you write everything down. And to the extent that you've documented, the goals and objectives of the project, the tools and resources that will be used to deliver that project, the people who touch the project. So what are their roles and responsibilities? Those can be anything from someone who is directly involved in leading or delivering an element of the project to those who simply need to be kept informed. But it becomes a reference document for those within the project, but quite frankly, through transparency, even those who are not directly associated with the project to be able to understand the scope of the project, how it's going to be delivered, who is going to deliver it, and what the desired outcomes will be. And as I said, the resources and tools that you would need in order to successfully deliver the project. So it really becomes your a key document in keeping track. I think I've said this earlier, one of the things that you really need to be able to do in a complex organization is be able to keep track and be able to check in on progress of initiatives or projects. So the project charter sets out how that will be done and becomes a key communication tool.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to image 17, please? So this is an appendix in the same document. It has the project roles and responsibilities, and it lists, this is really one of, I think, a page and a half of the different roles and responsibilities of people involved. Registrar, can you bring up the next image just so that it's clear? So Ms. Baker, you said earlier that the day-to-day responsibility of a project may fall with a project manager, but that having a steering committee may be helpful where there are higher level decisions that need to be made. I'm paraphrasing your evidence, but I hope I've captured it. In this roles and responsibilities, they list a member called a project champion, who is often the general manager, director, or manager, and they're the ones who deal with funding, approvals, approving deliverables, approving changes to the project charter, and basically it appears being the advocate for the project outside the project team. Is that a fair summary of the project champion?
Yes, as I see it there, correct.
And do you always need a steering committee to provide oversight to a project that is subject to a project charter? Or are there circumstances where a project champion sitting with one individual is an appropriate organizational structure?
I think for every project, and it depends on scale and scope. So clearly, the larger a project, the more likely it is that you would need a steering committee. In my experience, a steering committee can consist of someone who would be a project champion, but if there are significant financial implications, you might need your CFO, or if there are significant legal implications, you might bring in your solicitor or a representative. So I think it can be project specific. But certainly I think it is a best practice where you have a significant or complex project, I think, to have those a steering committee of senior people who can make decisions quickly, who can come together and discuss and then align around a decision or a solution. It certainly facilitates communication. And, steering committees can meet on a regular basis if they need to, or they can be ad hoc. It doesn't mean that, you have to feed that structure daily, weekly, or monthly. They can certainly come together as needed. So I think it does depend on the nature of the project. But the bigger the project, the more complex the project, the more I think a steering committee can be helpful.
Thank you. Just before we leave this document, in terms of having a project charter that guides a project, has that been good practice in municipal government for a number of years before now, or is this a relatively new organizational approach?
In my experience, municipalities have been pursuing good project management practices, certainly for the last 10 to 15 years. I think there are organizations like the Project Management Institute, or sorry if I have that name incorrect, but there is a body of knowledge, expertise, and experience that I think municipalities look to, because municipalities tend to do a lot of projects, not just in public works, but across all of the spectrum of the services that they deliver. And so having the access to an inventory of best practices is something that I think has become the norm within municipalities, and certainly for the last decade in particular. And as I look at this document, I think, this has likely benefited from having access to some of that material that is made available through that group.
Thank you. Registrar, can we mark this the next exhibit, please?
Exhibit 231 noted.
Thank you. We're turning now to the concept of a steering committee. Registrar, could you close this, and can you go to another document that's been provided to you but does not have a doc ID? It's City of Hamilton Parkway Management Committee Terms of Reference. Thank you. And if you can pull up the next image as well, too. So the inquiry has seen various versions of this this document, but this one is dated April 2022. And you'll see that it is Parkway Management Committee that provides leadership on the safe and efficient operation and maintenance of the link and the Red Hill. That's right at the top of the mandate. And that the PMC shall provide input and guidance to staff and council on policies, projects, programs relating to the operation and maintenance of those roadways. And then on the second page, you'll see the staff representation includes the general manager's office, the chief road official's office, engineering services, transportation operation and maintenance, environmental services, including forestry, and the water division. Is this an example, in your opinion, of a steering committee for a project being the efficient and safe operation of the link and the Red Hill?
It does. Based on my reading of it, that's what I would typically expect to see in a steering committee structure and mandate.
Thank you. Registrar, can you close this down and go back to Ms. Baker's opinion, which is report, pardon me, which is EXP 193. Oh, and I left that document too quickly. Could you make that document the next exhibit? The Parkway, I want to make sure I have the name right. Parkway Management Committee Terms of Reference, April 2022.
Exhibit 232.
Thank you. Registrar, could you go to image 4 and 5 of this document, please? Thank you. So you'll see at the bottom, this is your report, Ms. Baker. At the bottom of your report on image 4, you say, it appears from the assumed facts that the Red Hill became a high-profile issue over time. There was political interest and concerns expressed about the Parkway at committees by members of the public and by the media. High-profile issues such as the Red Hill should receive attention at all levels of leadership up to city manager. So I'm just going to stop there and ask a question that's not related to steering committees, although that's what we're talking about right now. Generally, in your opinion, does the city manager have a direct and specific responsibility for public safety within the municipality?
I think an overarching responsibility to ensure that matters of public safety are being addressed in a timely manner, I would say, would be a discussion that would happen regularly between the city manager and the department head responsible. You know, I can think of one example during my time in Mississauga. I won't get into the details of it, but, you know, an area where we were experiencing significant and frequent flooding in a neighborhood. In that case, I did seek regular updates from the Public Works Commissioner on the progress we were making on that issue. And I think that as CAO, you know, councillors will approach you as the leader of an organization to ask, you know, what are we doing about this? You know, we're often, I mean, there's some political and urgency because in all likelihood, they may be they're getting complaints from the residents who are affected, or, you know, they're hearing, in this case, from the general public about concerns. And they want to understand that those concerns are being addressed, given some level of urgency, if it is a public safety issue, and that the CAO is keeping an eye on the progress that's being made. So that is something that I would expect in the normal course of dealing with an issue that has received some political attention, for sure.
On the next image, you say the creation of steering committees of directors to manage the Red Hill issues would, in my opinion, have helped resolve some of the challenges that staff had in getting information, understanding what was happening, determining who was responsible for what. This could have been in place as early as 2013 when councillors raised issues with the Red Hill by motion. So just stopping there, Are steering committees useful for issues that don't have a time-based project with a particular outcome, but rather more the sort of political sensitivity or public scrutiny that you are referencing in that first paragraph on image 5?
I think so. And whether you call it a steering committee or whether it's just a collaboration of leaders that comes together on a regular basis because you have different groups that are touching an issue in different ways, and again to share information, to resolve differences or disagreements that may be happening, those could be brought to the attention of that group. I mean, it is really all about the values of collaboration, teamwork, transparency, communication. That's really what you are trying to develop and foster. And in my opinion, anytime you do that and you have a group that comes together that has a shared interest in resolving a problem, it is best practice that this group communicates, shares work plans, resolves conflict or disagreement, and really aligns to get to a solution to the problem in an effective and coordinated fashion.
Thank you. And whether there's a steering committee or not, does the ultimate responsibility for projects fall to the general manager of Public Works?
I mean, the department head is ultimately responsible for the broader delivery of results across the entire spectrum of responsibilities that they've been given to ensure operations are running effectively, services are delivered, and issues and problems are resolved, or projects are completed on time and have achieved the desired result.
Recognizing that assessments of public safety or remediation of public safety issues will be at a technical level with technical staff, what's the role of the general manager within a public works department to have oversight over public safety generally?
I would think that, again, scale and scope matters. Fixing potholes is one thing. If you have a major asset that has drawn some attention and there's some concern that there may be significant safety issues, I think that rises to the level where it would become an issue that any general manager would wish to be updated on regularly. My practice as a CAO, I had biweekly update meetings with my direct reports, the commissioners, and encouraged them to do the same with their direct reports. So there should be regular and ongoing conversations about how are we doing, and in particular issues that are current, topical, and of concern should be on those agendas so that the general manager can understand what's being done. Those conversations can be about, do we have the right resources, whether it's expertise or capacity, to be able to get the information or do the technical analysis that's required to reach a solution. So these are all discussions that I would expect in a scenario such as this would be happening on a fairly regular basis.
Thank you. I'm going to move now to information sharing between city staff or amongst city staff. At a very, very high level, municipalities have legislative responsibilities to maintain records created by the municipality. Is that right?
Yes.
And as a result, there needs to be document retention and document control processes and policies in place to be able to meet those requirements.
That's correct.
And would you expect that record keeping would be required in the same legislative framework for staff reports or consultant reports, things that are prepared by either staff or consultants as part of the work of a municipality?
Yes, municipalities as a level of government are subject to legislation that speak to the need for record keeping and record retention. And quite frankly, that's very broad. That can range to everything from emails and correspondence through to technical or staff reports, really any document that comes into the possession of the municipality that pertains to the services it delivers and the work that it does is generally considered to be a record that then has to be properly stored, managed, and available should, for example, a request be made through municipalities are subject to the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. You can get requests for documents under that legislation. So ensuring that documents are properly managed, stored, and then available should a request be received is something that municipalities have really as a core part of their document management systems.
When it comes to storing and then sharing information as between divisions within the city, and we can, I think, talk specifically about the Public Works Department regarding a specific project or a specific matter. What's the best practices to have a repository of information all in one place? Or is that a best practice? Or if not, what is the best practice?
Yeah, and it is. And of course, in today's world and for the last number of years, those practices have been facilitated through document sharing tools such as SharePoint, a place where electronic documents, because quite frankly, these days, pretty much everything's electronic. Electronic documents are stored, they can be managed, multiple staff. If you're looking at, a team coming together to work on a particular report or needing to access a particular document, they can see it. In some cases, they can edit it if they've been given permission to do so. So it really, collaboration tools are certainly now a best practice, and I would suggest becoming a norm for municipalities in how to manage documents and how to have those documents accessible to various stakeholders and staff that need to see them or work with them.
The City of Hamilton has put in place a policy that deals with tracking and retaining consultant reports, that is from third-party consultants. Registrar, could you call up City of Hamilton consultant report tracking and retention divisional procedure, please? Thank you. Ms. Baker, you had a chance to review this in your preparation for your evidence today?
Yes.
Thank you. So I don't forget, can you make this a next exhibit, please, Registrar?
Exhibit 233.
Thank you. I'm going to summarize this policy rather than go through it, but you'll see just the purpose is to establish a process for tracking and retaining consultant reports. And throughout the procedure, and perhaps we'll actually go to image 3, please. Thank you. Various levels of team member have responsibility from director to manager, and then we're now on the sort of next level down, superintendent or senior project manager and project manager. Registrar, could you also bring up the next image at the same time, please? So you'll see that the project manager reviews a final consultant report. This is under 4.4. The project manager will advise if the consultant report contains an imminent risk to human health or safety, and follow up with the consultant to understand the risks and seek recommendations if that's the case, and bring it to the senior project manager, superintendent, and to the continuous improvement manager if that circumstance exists. And as well, for all reports, they will prepare a report summary form that contains the recommendations, and then track the recommendations that exist and then are implemented within this form. And the senior project manager continuous improvement actually has the repository of the summary forms that contain the tracking of consultant reports. That is my very broad summary of this procedure. But turning sort of more to the substance rather than the words in the procedure, is it common in your experience to have a particular policy that deals with tracking of consultant reports?
It is not common in my experience, no. I mean, generally municipalities have bylaws and policies that relate to the management of all documents. Project charters will in themselves, if a consultant's report or consultant's engagement is part of the project, will talk about where those documents are going to be housed and who has access to them. So I in looking through this, it was certainly quite detailed and seemed to be very targeted, because the imminent risk to human health or safety was kind of a criteria that said, if it's this, you take these steps. If it isn't, you stop, is what I saw. I think there was a chart that was included at some point somewhere. So I wouldn't say this is normal, or something that I've seen. I mean, municipalities will often, in response to something that may have gone wrong, overreact or take steps to decide that, that can't happen again. This feels a little bit like that to me, but I suppose there's no inherent harm in it. It feels very procedurally heavy, but if it works, it works. I wouldn't necessarily classify it as a best practice.
In terms of having a repository where all of the consultant reports and the recommendations that are contained in those reports are noted, and where to the extent that there is some imminent risk to human health and safety is also noted within that repository, but really just focusing on having a repository that has all consultant reports. Is that, can you see the benefit of that for a municipality, even if it's not a best practice?
I can see the benefit of it. And I mean, consultant reports, again, depending on the nature of the engagement and the public interest in it, I say, in my opinion, I mean, there are a number of reasons why a municipality can hire a consultant, and some of it may strictly have to do with internal, practices. How do you design offices effectively? We're looking at human resource policies, but those that have a public interest, are typically more transparent. Often municipalities will have them on their website, for example, as part of reports to council, if in fact the report goes forward in that as appended to a staff report, for example. So, in my experience, the use of consultants is common in municipalities, and having the reports that they generate be readily available and accessible is common, and I would suggest a fairly standard practice.
You spoke earlier about work plans. How would you see this kind of tracking of specifically of consultant reports that have been received and the recommendations contained therein, as it relates to the work plan tracking of the work of a municipality that you talked about earlier?
Well, I mean, I would see if there are recommendations coming out of a consultant's report for specific actions to be taken, specifically in respect of human health and safety. And I mean, in this case, if we're talking about imminent, we would be talking about something that would rise to the level of urgency. Then that would be integrated into a work plan of the division responsible for delivering on that safety measure, and but subject to the same kind of oversight and tracking and communication standards that I spoke about earlier. I don't believe segregating the source of the recommendations in respect of work plans really shouldn't matter a great deal. If the recommendation of a consultant has been accepted, or if it's the recommendation of an internal expert, those should be integrated into a consolidated work plan and managed in that way.
Okay. You mentioned earlier the culture or the accessibility of consultant reports for those who should be able to look at them. And would you agree that this sort of tracking process may make that accessibility easier?
Yes, I think again, there's certainly nothing inherently wrong with keeping a track of where the source of a work plan item came from, and then being able to refer back to that source document if that becomes important. So, there are ways of doing that, but again, in my view, in an integrated fashion.
Absent having a policy that specifically speaks to the tracking of all consultant reports and the tracking specifically of consultant reports that contain imminent risk to human health or safety. So absent formal policies that have that, would you expect that there would be a culture of developing repositories of this kind of information to be shared among staff?
Absolutely. It's, again, that circles right back to the earlier conversation about culture. And, it would feed into the conversation about, steering committees or ad hoc committees coming together, transparency, accountability, follow-up, teamwork, collaboration. I mean, these are principles that should apply to everything that the team is doing and that the municipality is working on. So the use of a consultant, I mean, in my opinion, consultants are a tool. They can be hired if you don't have expertise internally to do certain work, or if the capacity is not there. Staff could do it if they had the time or the tools. And so you bring in a consultant to backstop a gap that you see in your resourcing or your expertise. But then that really just gets integrated into the work of the consultant, and the recommendations that they deliver really come into a more integrated, team-based approach to solving a problem. I think, the comment I made earlier, the source of the recommendations is less important than having those recommendations fed into a work plan system, an accountability system, that they're communicated within and among the people who have a role to play in delivering on that recommendation, or just need to be aware that work is underway and being done. They may not have a role in discharging the responsibility, but it would be helpful for them to understand the status of what's happening if they have a different role in respect of an asset or a service.
Where there is not an existing culture, where there's going to be communication up to those, the sort of the people you were just talking about who may not have a role but have, sort of a need to be kept in the loop, or where there are other gaps in the existing culture about transparency and collaboration. Are procedures like this one that expressly provide some requirements for staff useful to help develop that culture?
Yeah, it's a tool. It certainly makes the expectations clear. And I think you can evolve ultimately from, okay, remember this policy that dealt with this very specific issue. We now want to grow that so that we're working through all issues in the same way. So, I think, again, it's you do what you feel is necessary at the time, but it should be in service of a broader objective, I believe, if again you want to evolve to a best practice organization.
Thank you. Absent a policy like this, in your opinion, do city staff have an obligation to escalate reports that contain imminent risk to human health or safety?
In my view, yes, absolutely. The responsibility for public safety and ensuring that no harm comes to a member of the public that can be prevented is really one of the first principles that municipal government operates under, whether you're looking at a budget or whether you're looking at the services that are delivered, or you're looking at an assessment of infrastructure. In any case where a risk has been identified that may pose a threat to public health and safety, that is job one. And those should be brought, there should be systems to escalate those. But in the absence of that, staff should talk to their supervisor and ensure that information is passed on and ultimately, hopefully, acted on.
Thank you. Registrar, could you pull up City of Hamilton sharing of consultant reports with identified imminent risk to human health or safety? That is not the document that I'm looking for. It is a document that is titled that, but it was more, no, it was provided to you at the same time, Registrar. That's it. Thank you, Registrar, for identifying two similarly named documents. So this Ms. Baker is a document from January 2022. You'll see at the top and the issue date. And it is a process for communicating imminent risks, and it sets out the responsibilities. Registrar, so I don't forget, can we mark this as the next exhibit, please?
Exhibit 234 noted.
Thank you. And if you could go to image 3, please. Ms. Baker, Registrar, could you actually make the chart that on this page a little bit bigger by calling out the gray box? Exactly. Thank you. Ms. Baker, you said there should be processes to escalate where there's issues with where a report advises of imminent risk to human health or safety. Leaving aside how you would define imminent risk to human health or safety, is this the kind of approach that you would expect in terms of escalation?
Yes, I mean, it speaks to who should tell whom, and then a succession of reports. I mean, the one comment I would make is I don't think it matters whether an imminent risk, interesting word, but imminent risk comes from a consultant report or something that staff may discover in their daily inspection routines. For example, I think the steps would be the same, but this speaks specifically to consultant reports. So as a general rule, I think if you are concerned about a particular issue that it may create a risk to public safety, I think this would be the kind of communication channels that you would pursue.
Thank you. And looking at the last box before end, city manager and general manager to communicate the risk to council appropriately, and there's a star, and promptly. And then it says the star, communication modes include but are not limited to emails, press releases, or information updates. And I won't take you to it in your report, but you do mention in your report that you don't need to wait for a staff report. There are various ways that the city manager or general manager may contact council to advise them based on the imminence or the urgency. Is that fair?
That is fair. I think, if it is something that must be disclosed and acted on immediately, then, you would want to share that information. You can follow up later with a formal report to council, but I often use emails as a way of sharing information with council that I believe needs to be shared in a timely manner, and not necessarily wait for the formality of producing a report for a council or committee meeting.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this. So as we spoke about at the beginning of your testimony, you have not reviewed or been watching all of the evidence of this inquiry, and we've provided you with some assumed facts. So turning to some of the assumed facts that speak to some questions that you dealt with in your report. The Tradewind report is a report that we provided to you. And in 2019, the director of roads and traffic reached out to two of his subordinates, the manager in traffic operations and the superintendent in traffic operations, to confirm whether his staff had seen a copy of the Tradewind report. And Mr. Ferguson, who was the superintendent, and Mr. Martin, who was the manager, responded to Mr. Soldo, who is the director of roads and traffic. Mr. Soldo replied that he had not seen the report, but he'd asked Mr. Moore for it previously and never received a response. Mr. White also confirmed he had never seen the report despite asking for it several times. Mr. White also testified that there was a continuing theme of people asking for the results of the friction testing and having no results. So again, these are just assumed facts for you. But assuming those facts and assuming that Mr. Moore had received a copy of the Tradewin report, which was a friction testing report in January 2014, so 5 years before, would it be appropriate for a member of city staff to refuse to provide or to redact before providing information that's requested from one of their colleagues?
Yeah. I think, as I said, in my opinion, I can really only think of a couple of circumstances for redacting information. The obligations that municipalities have under MFIPA not to disclose private information, which now, having seen the Tradewin report, I don't believe applies here. Secondly, a matter may have been in camera before council, which clearly heightens its confidentiality. In that case, it isn't necessarily that staff can't see it. They just need to be made aware of the heightened requirements for confidentiality. I mean, municipal staff generally sign a confidentiality pledge or agreement when they come to work with a municipality, saying, I will hold all information that I receive in confidence if as necessary. And I think in the third case, it would be if it related to legal advice. So I really can't think of a circumstance beyond those where staff would be denied a copy of a consultant's report or something that they felt was important to their role. Now, people are curious, so curiosity isn't a justification for requesting a report, but assuming that the individuals requesting the report had a reason to see the report and understand the recommendations within it, it should have been provided, in my opinion.
What about in circumstances where the city staff member holding the report has concerns about its reliability or its usefulness?
Yeah, so those should be taken up with the consultant. But ultimately, at the end of the day, when you engage a consultant, especially in a field where you are asking them to bring their technical expertise to the table, that's the reason that you've engaged them. If the consultant stands behind the information that they've provided, the analysis that they've done, and the recommendations that they've made, then the report really stands on its own. So, the way to deal with that would be, I'm sharing this report with you, but I just want to make you aware, I have some questions about the recommendations that have been made in this area. So, I'm concerned, or I'm not convinced, or, so I'd ask you, you can read it, but I'd ask you not to act on it, or just use it for information. I mean, that's part and parcel of the collaboration between colleagues that shares not just the material, but the context and any concerns that might arise as a result of the work.
In what circumstances, if any, should city staff escalate concerns if they have an ability to obtain information from a colleague?
I think if they feel that the information is important to them, and that, but not having it, or not being having that knowledge is impacting their ability to be able to perform in their role, then I think they should escalate that to their supervisor formally, either in an update meeting or through an email, articulating the steps that they've taken, and certainly, they should take steps to try and resolve the disagreement with the individual. But if we're assuming that that's been unsuccessful, they can outline the steps that they've taken, and why they feel that having that material is important, and then explicitly ask their supervisor to intervene on their behalf.
Thank you. As a general principle, are city staff required to provide accurate and comprehensive information to council?
Absolutely. I mean, that is a core principle and requirement for every public servant. The principle of fearless advice and diligent implementation speaks to you are a trusted advisor for council. They expect that you will bring your best advice based on your professional credentials and the work and due diligence that you've done to the table, and then they can rely on that advice. Council can disagree. Council has the right to make its own decisions, but they certainly expect their public administration to be thoughtful, honest, speak truth to power, and complete and thorough in the advice that are provided to them.
If city staff become aware that other staff have concealed or withheld information, or there's information that council simply didn't receive over time, what obligations, if any, flow from that awareness?
I think, again, escalation, and I will tell you, I mean, this is an issue that does arise. Aren't we taught when we're young not to snitch on people? So, escalation is something that has to be built as part of the cultural conversation that we had earlier. The principles that it's safe to come forward and raise a concern if you have one, even if raising that concern may reflect badly on a colleague, that there won't be reprisals for raising a concern. So not providing fulsome information to council, or worse, providing inaccurate information to council. Honest mistakes happen, but a resistance to do that is certainly a challenge from my perspective. I would think that any staff who become aware of that would raise it again with their direct supervisor and push it up the hierarchy.
And would you expect that the senior staff to whom these kind of issues are reported would, in order to encourage that culture of transparency, would take certain steps to reinforce the benefits of escalation?
Absolutely. I think, again, it is something that you need to talk about in your staff meetings with your team leaders, through training and career and development materials. You really need to set the table that, look, we're all in this together, and mistakes can happen. And if you become aware of something, you need to address it. You can't just turn away from it, especially if it's important, or if elected officials are acting on information that may have been provided to them that was incorrect. As soon as senior leadership becomes aware of that, they need to take steps to correct the record. And again, that could be a circumstance where an email, my apologies, it has come to my attention, you were told this, it isn't correct. We will provide council with a follow-up report to, tell you what happened and what the corrected information is. But I think that's really important. It's part of the trust that you have to build between elected officials, the public administration, and then within the public administration, that we understand that mistakes or problems can arise, mistakes can happen or problems can arise, but we're, as a mature organization, we need to deal with those once we become aware of them.
Is that your comments on this point, do they extend to circumstances where a staff member becomes aware that there's been some misrepresentation or miscommunication with members of the public or the media?
Yeah, I think any time that a staff member is aware that a member of the public council, I mean, again, the reputation of the municipality will be harmed if that misinformation is not corrected in a timely manner and in a proactive manner. We've all seen examples in the public service or the public realm where information may have been withheld, or somebody knew that this wasn't right but didn't do anything about it. And it just amplifies the issue, and it sets an unfortunate tone that the administration can't be trusted to disclose errors or mistakes, or worst case scenario, a deliberate attempt to misrepresent information. So it is, in my opinion, critically important that once the organization at any level is aware that there's a problem, that needs to be escalated and addressed.
Thank you. Commissioner, I see we were just a few minutes past 11 o'clock, and I believe for this week our plan is to take our morning break at 11 o'clock. So I propose that we do that and come back at 11:15.
Okay, let's stand adjourned until 11:15.
Thank you. Commissioner. We're all back on. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Baker, I'm now going to turn to some of the more specific details relevant to the inquiry and the facts that have come out in the public hearings. First, in terms of consultants and their retainer and the scope of their retainer. So there's a number of reports that the inquiries received, prepared by consultants retained by the city between 2013 and 2019, including the 2013 SEMA report, the 2014 Golder report, which appended the Tradewind report, and the 2015 SEMA report. There are others, but those are a few which we provided to you. Generally, and not specific to those reports, how should the scope of a consultant be established?
I think generally the subject matter experts or the division or work group that are requiring the services of the consultant, plus municipal procurement staff. In some cases, depending on the complexity, staff from legal may be involved, but I think primarily the first two would come together to develop a request for proposals and a scope of work for the consultant, would spell out the requirements that the municipality has. What are we seeking? What are the deliverables? If there are any timelines or urgency with respect to the engagement, which may be the case when you're looking at issues of public safety, for example. And then a scope, a request for proposals would be issued, to which various parties would respond. Those proposals would be reviewed, assessed, and a consultant selected from among the proponents that would be both, the one that the assessment panel feels has the best, brings the best skills and expertise and qualifications to the table and can meet the requirements. Then a contract would be executed between the municipality and the consultant for the work. There is a process, and I'm not sure if I mentioned it in my opinion. I mean, you can sole source to a consultant if they have maybe experience with the city or particular expertise. Typically, those would have to go to council for approval. It's unusual for staff to be delegated the authority to sole source. So that's a slightly different process.
Thank you. Registrar, could you bring up Ms. Baker's report, which is EXP 193, please? And if you go to page 34, or pardon me, image 34. Could you bring up the next image as well, please? Thank you. So Ms. Baker, you'll see at the bottom of image on the left-hand side, in the assumed facts that Commission Council provided to you, there was a reference to the 2013 SEMA report. And in particular, there was a motion from Public Works Committee that led to SEMA being retained, which specifically directed staff to investigate lighting on the Red Hill in the vicinity of the Mudstone Church interchanges. And SEMA's proposal included an assessment of lighting on the main line in that study area. And it appears during the course of the retainer and after SEMA had assessed whether illumination was warranted on the main line, SEMA received information from Mr. Moore, who was not part of the team assigned to this project. There was no project charter. And SEMA understood that an environmental assessment prohibited lighting on the main line based on information received from Mr. Moore and possibly other staff. And just jumping down, the EA did not prohibit lighting on the main line, although it's probable that a new EA would be required to install full illumination. Despite the scope set out in the CEMA's proposal and the work CEMA had done, CEMA excluded consideration of the main line on, illumination on the main line in its report as out of scope. And CEMA and the city did not document this fact, the fact of the change in scope or its rationale. So just stopping there and recognizing we're in a circumstance where there was no project charter, how and when, if at all, should a consultant's report be modified during the course of a project?
Yeah. I mean, typically a consultant will be given a designated project lead or again, person most responsible that they would interact with. And they may interact with other staff in the organization as well for purposes of gathering information or understanding, background, history, or, picking staff's brains, if you will. But generally, they would have somebody designated as the engagement manager, and that is the person that the consultant would look to for guidance, resolve differences. But again, and in this instance in particular, because you have a consultant that is retained for specific expertise in an area, conversations can happen throughout the engagement about the scope, the work being done. But generally, the consultant should only take direction from the engagement manager. So I find it unusual that the consultant would take direction from a member of staff who didn't appear to be part of the engagement or part of the engagement team, or certainly the head of the engagement or the project. And yes, you can have discussions between and among staff and the consultants about, whether or not this piece of work is in scope, out of scope. There can be minor adjustments along the way, but in general, the consultant should deliver on the scope of work that was given to them, assuming one was, but a scope of work would be given to them in the beginning. They should work to that and identify to staff if they've received new information that has in some way changed or amended their understanding of the scope or the work that they've done. That should all be disclosed. There should be conversations about that, and then an agreement between the consultant and the engagement manager on whether or not this work should be included in the report or not included in the report, again, based on the agreed on scope that was created at the beginning of the engagement. So, disclosure, transparency, conversations back and forth. I think depending on the nature of a consulting engagement, you would see more of that back and forth on I'm going to say a strategic issue. Can you give me a culture plan or help me build a culture plan, as compared to something that was very tactical and very specific, such as can you evaluate lighting on a piece of roadway. So it's certainly something that would need to be documented and clarified in terms of what is to be included in the final report. To have the consultant simply remove something on the basis of information received from one of the parties as opposed to the engagement manager is unusual, in my opinion.
Thank you. And in what circumstances would it be appropriate or to update council about limitations to completing work that they have directed? in the course of a consultant's engagement.
Yeah, and there certainly is some sensitivity to a consultant engagement that has come about as a direct result of a request from council. And I think at that point, to some degree, council becomes the client and staff are really delivering on council's behalf. So if there was a broad understanding based on the discussions at council about the scope, and then subsequently their staff through discussions with the consultant determined that there were limitations to delivering that scope, or the scope was needed to change in some material fashion as a result of advancing the work. I think as soon as staff become aware of those circumstances, they would have an obligation to report back to council and clarify, council, you asked for this. We are going to deliver most of that, but however, there's a piece that we can't deliver to you. Here's why. And explain any amendments or changes, particularly reductions to scope. I think reductions to scope are actually much more sensitive than, if you broaden the scope and then went back to council and said, oh, by the way, while we were doing this, we also did this. So, I think that's maybe less sensitive, but reducing scope, they need to be informed and have an opportunity to have a discussion about that.
Moving to the preparation of consultants' reports, at what stage in the drafting of a consultant report would it be appropriate for city staff to provide edits or comments?
I think, consultants can work with staff to ensure that the report that they've written is clear. I would tell you, not every consultant is a great writer. And so sometimes they need help, making the report, the background, the recommendations clear. Staff can certainly, help them with context. If a report's overly technical, they might request, for example, that the consultant put together an executive summary or something that would help, people, non-technical individuals understand and be able to use the report itself. So I think these are normal interactions that you would see between staff and a consultant as a report is being finalized. The question was asked earlier about, I'm not sure about, a staff person maybe not being sure about a recommendation. If there are any disagreements, those should be aired. However, at the end of the day, the consultant's report, in my opinion, is the consultant's report. It stands on its own. It should not, the substance should not be edited unless the consultant completely concurs. If staff have made an observation or a criticism of a report and the consultant looks at it and says, you know what, you're right, I'm going to change that, that's fine. However, the consultants themselves need to stand behind the report, so they shouldn't be simply removing things or editing things. If they need to be able to defend the product that they've produced at the end of the day.
If there is a disagreement about a recommendation, and if it's aired, as you say, but that disagreement remains, should the staff report identify that disagreement as between staff and the consultant?
I don't think if staff have got some technical expertise and some experience and grounding in the issues that are subject to disagreement, I see nothing wrong with staff advising council that, we're not sure about this, or we have concerns, or, we have experience that would suggest that, maybe this shouldn't be done, or, I mean, these are all things that, are appropriate. However, you don't mix the two. The consultant's report stands on its own, and then staff can make their own, give their own advice and guidance to council if they have that concern.
Do consultant reports have to be provided to committee or to council along with staff reports, or is it acceptable to summarize
I
consultant
think it's
staff reports?
Yeah, I think it is acceptable to summarize. I mean, I've seen technical reports that run hundreds of pages, and those are very difficult to provide to lay people in most cases. So there is nothing inherently wrong with summarizing the results of a consultant's work and the recommendations arising from that. I think a best practice would be to ask the consultant to do that, to have them prepare a shorter, less technical document that could be appended to a staff report. Having said that, I've also seen, requests from members of council for the full report, even though it was staff's judgment that, it didn't need to be provided. And if council wants it, they can have it. But very often, I think council is quite happy to rely on a summarized version, and then, staff's view and recommendations arising out of the consultant engagement.
Are there any circumstances in which it's appropriate to not address a consultant recommendation in a staff report because the recommendation had not received buy-in or approval from an individual staff member or from a division?
I mean, in my view, the consultant's report stands on its own. If the consultant is making that recommendation in its final report, then, that is the technical expertise and advice that you've engaged them for and that you've paid for. So then any disagreements or concerns about the recommendation, recommendations might require significant budgetary investment, or there might be other reasons why it's not a recommendation that could be implemented easily. All of that context or those concerns and background should be itemized in the staff report. And if staff is going to recommend that, one of the consultant's recommendations not be implemented, they can make their case for that and recommend that to council. Ultimately, council will make that decision.
Thank you. Registrar, can you call up the consultant's report tracking and retention divisional procedure again, please? Thank you. And if you could go to image 6, please. So this is in turquoise, or some of it, because changes were made to the previous released version of this document. So this is the document I took you to earlier. There's a reference in this document to validating external reports. And you'll see it says, where staff receive a consultant report from a group external to the TOM division where the health and safety risks are identified, they will review the information to assess the risk and forward them to the appropriate individuals responsible for the scope of work identified. So this is when you have different divisions, you have responsibility, and a consultant report has identified something that really falls within the scope of work and responsibility of another individual or division. And this is very specific, you'll see, to where there's a health and safety risk identified. It goes on to say if the risk has been confirmed as valid, then the staff member responsible for the scope of work will follow the consultant report procedure. So you bring in that other group. And if the risk is brought forward from an external group and is deemed not applicable, that is, the risk is not applicable, the staff should present and confirm their findings to the next senior staff members, including the manager or division level. So if the other division says that is not a applicable risk, then the staff who's received the consultant report tells their manager or director. So you were not speaking in your last bit of evidence about this particular issue around risk or around escalation, but is this one way, albeit perhaps a bit of a complicated way, but one way to ensure that there is some discussion about any disputes or disagreements as between divisions when dealing with consultant reports?
It is a way. My sense is you can avoid getting to this, issue of presenting what sounds like a finalized consultant report to an external group. I presume external to mean, another part of the city's organization, coming back to the best practices of, if you have an engagement terms of reference or a project charter for the consulting engagement, if there are other teams or parts of the organization that have an interest in the project, they could have a representative that would be either consulted as needed or sit on the project team. Because ultimately you would want to have, I spoke earlier about within a municipality speaking with one voice. Well, part of creating that one voice is, having the stakeholders, the parties at the table as the work is unfolding and being done. And then as such, when the consultant report is finalized, these perspectives should have been and would have been taken into consideration during the development of the report itself. So it is a way, but I would suggest a better way might be to ensure that collaboration and representation happens as the project is being completed, so that these kinds of issues and challenges can be uncovered earlier and then hopefully resolved as part of the process.
Thank you. And just for clarity, there's nothing about the approach that you just set out that is something that's sort of a new approach within project management. This is something that would have been applicable back to 2013?
I believe so. In my view, collaboration across the organization and effectiveness in project management are all principles that municipalities have had and certainly should have at the core of the work that they've been doing for years and years. So I don't think it's new or would have been unavailable or unknown at the time.
Thank you. Registrar, you can take this down. If you can go to HAM 41871.
Sorry, Ms. Lawrence, can you repeat the number, please?
Of course, HAM 41871. Thank you. So this is the 2013 SEMA report. And Ms. Baker, you had a chance to receive and review this document in preparation for today.
I did.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to images 3 and 4, please? So this is the executive summary from this work. And I'm drawing your attention to it because I'm going to have some questions about prioritization and timeframes for consultant recommendations. Registrar, could you call out the bottom half of image 4, please? From, sorry, I misspoke. I think that's image 3. The other side, the right-hand side. So where it says each of the tables have a recommendation for timing. Perfect, thank you. So you'll see that in 2013, SEMA provided in its executive summary a reference to tables that follow through the report, which have short-term, medium-term, and long-term timing recommendations. So short-term is 0 to 5 years, medium-term is 5 to 10 years, and long-term is 10 plus years. And then this goes on, and we're going to come back to this later point shortly. There's also a reference in the executive summary to what the city has indicated it would do in terms of the sequencing of the recommendations. So signage first, pavement markings as well, and then illumination recommendations after the implementation of other countermeasures. So in fact, actually, maybe I'll take that second part first, just so we can deal with it. In your opinion, is it appropriate for a consultant report to reference how the city intends to sequence the recommendations contained within the consultant report?
My expectation is that would be in the staff report. I find it unusual for a consultant's report to talk about implementation of recommendations or sequencing. That really is within the purview and responsibility of the city. So this section, in my view, would more appropriately belong in a covering report from staff that would talk about the consultant's recommendations.
Thank you. So now turning to the first part of this call out, which is the short-term, medium-term, and long-term. In your experience, how useful is the prioritization of short-term being 0 to 5 years within municipal planning?
I mean, certainly in my experience, short-term is more typically within 1 to 2 years. Short-term suggests these are things that need to be done quickly. It might be because there's low-hanging fruit, things that are relatively inexpensive or easy to do, but could have an impact. And then you kind of build from there. You've got the really easy, things that are maybe a bit more challenging, need a little bit more time, but still are have a high impact, and therefore it would be important to do them more quickly. So when I look at this, 0 to 5 years from a planning horizon in a municipality, we have annual budgets, often forecasts that take you out. Most municipalities don't forecast beyond 3 years. So, if I'm looking at a 0 to 5 year time frame as short term, it could actually sit outside the typical what I would consider to be short-term planning horizon for a municipality. So I would more typically think short-term would be 0 to 2, maybe 0 to 3, but I would be more likely to say 0 to 2. Then, just building on that, medium 3 to 5. And longer term, 5 years plus. If you're dealing with, in this case, a piece of infrastructure, There's ongoing work and maintenance and other improvements that may be part of the regular maintenance cycle, that are happening every year. You could integrate some of these improvements into that work plan, for example. But it is helpful to have at least a prioritization to say, do these first. These you can wait a little longer, and these maybe the next time you do a major capital upgrade, you can consider doing the remainder. I mean, that's how I would interpret these types of recommendations. 10 years in an infrastructure planning cycle is relatively useless. Most municipalities have a 10-year capital plan. However, the reality is anything beyond 2 to 3 years is a forecast as opposed to, a detailed planning document.
Registrar, you can close that down. Thank you. You can close this document down as well. In the SEMA 2015 report, there wasn't that same identification of short-term, medium, and long-term in terms of time horizon. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 702, please? And if you can go to image, it's page 50. I think it's image 66. No, I think it's image 59. Apologies. Sorry,
I don't think it's this one. Yeah.
It's definitely not this one. Let me find it. This is the ongoing struggle between page numbers and image numbers. I think it's 57. Apologies. That's it. So this is a summary table in the 2015 SEMA report, which you were also provided with and reviewed in advance of today. You're nodding, and just for the
yes.
sorry. It's okay. So this is a summary table that sets out the countermeasures and the estimated cost of those countermeasures, and then the timeline. So again, you don't have that same reference to what short-term or long-term here means in this report. But you'll see that SEMA included a number of short-term options, some of which are quite relatively inexpensive, sort of under $10,000, and some are quite expensive, 120 and to 270. Pardon me, 47. In this document, friction testing, which is 3 up from the short-term total, is listed as a short-term option. And in the staff information, the staff report that followed, the staff listed this as a medium-term option, but medium-term being 2 to 5 years. Registrar, perhaps we can just have that up. So if you could leave this up, and if you could bring up, thank you, HAM 24702. Thank you. So, Ms. Baker, this is really just to orient you to some of the reports that those involved in the inquiry have seen many, many times. So in this is the Appendix B in a staff report, and I can certainly advise you that there was an Appendix A that has short-term options, 0 to 2 years, and those include a number of the short-term options that are on the summary table on the left. But one of them is conducting pavement friction testing, and that's listed as a medium-term option, 2 to 5 years. So recognizing the SEMA 2015 report doesn't actually specify what short-term means. If it means 0 to 5, as it did in the 2013 report, the medium term here, staff has done what I think you would view as the medium term, as you just said, the 2 to 5 years.
Mhm.
So here are my questions. Mr. Ferguson, as he was preparing the staff report, asked SEMA to change SEMA's, I'm using the word that Mr. Ferguson used, layout to reflect this separation of short-term, medium-term, and long-term, in which medium-term included friction testing. And SEMA declined to do that. And the final version of their report, conduct pavement friction testing, was listed as short-term. So my first question is, there seems to have been no discussion except for the emails back and forth requesting a change, and then SEMA providing the final report that did not include that requested change. What's the best practices as between staff and consultants to clarify the timeframes that consultants may be referring to, and to clarify the request for any changes to those timelines?
I think for the benefit of the reader of the report, for example, which might be council or other staff, to the degree that you can provide greater precision. So if we look back to the 2013 report, which talked about short term as being 0 to 5, at least that's a bit more specific. You may have issues with whether that defines short term, but these are all things that it's important to clarify because you start to create some confusion. I think most people, most reasonable people would think of short term as within the next year or two, and I think that's generally the way short term would be viewed in a municipality. In the medium term, as I've noted, 2 to 5 years. I think that's probably a generally accepted standard for medium term. Again, this is one of these areas where if you have a disagreement between or a difference of opinion, I guess, I think SEMA's report could have been improved by defining short-term, long-term. But nonetheless, if there was an understanding of, that being sooner than the 2 to 5 years, then I think it would have been incumbent on staff when this report or the results of this engagement went forward to council to once again point out, we're recommending something that is slightly different from a timing perspective than the consultant, and here's why. Consultants' reports are, by their very nature, advisory. A consultant is not a decision-making authority. They are an advisory tool. And so there is nothing inherently wrong with staff, suggesting to council some slight differences, material differences maybe, can be a bit more challenging, but timing is something that is really within, to some degree, the purview of staff to manage. If the consultant feels there's urgency to a recommendation, they certainly should convey that. This gets back to the earlier conversation about imminent risk to health and safety. That's up to the consultant. Really needs to highlight something that they feel is, a response to an imminent risk. Conducting testing, there probably is some rationale for flexibility in when you choose to do that. If the consultant felt that that was urgent, then they certainly had an obligation to point out that they believed that that was something that needed to be done sooner.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close these. I'd like to turn now to the Tradewin report, which is a report appended to the Golder report, which Tradewin prepared, provided to Golder, and Golder, along with its report, provided to Mr. Gary Moore of the city in January of 2014. You were asked to assume, for the purposes of your opinion, that the Tradewin report contained findings of friction value on the Red Hill that were below or well below the investigatory standard from the United Kingdom, in contrast to the link, which was above the same investigatory standard. And that the draft 2014 Golder report recommended retting and microsurfacing to remedy the friction values on the Red Hill and other surface cracking on the Red Hill that Golder had identified. Neither Mr. Moore nor any other staff, member of city staff, sought a final report, a final draft of the Tradewin report or the Golder report, which had a draft stamp on it. No staff member advanced the Tradewin report or the Golder report to a committee or to council until February of 2019. At a high level, when is it necessary to disclose consultant findings or recommendations to council?
I think a general principle would be, and we are talking here about matters of health and safety, if something is brought to the attention of staff that would suggest or indicate that there is a problem with a particular piece of infrastructure or something that has an element of risk to public safety, I think that rises to the level of something that council needs to be made aware of. It may require budget adjustments. It may require capital investment. It may require short-term funding outside of the budget, which only council can typically approve. And so all of these reasons would be reasons to bring it forward, but also from the perspective of transparency. We've learned something that's important, and we need to consider how we act on that information. And so we're making council aware, and we will bring you recommendations as to how we intend to follow up.
You have said in the course of your evidence that municipalities retain consultants for lots of different things and have lots of different consultants' reports that are received. And I hear from your evidence that not all consultant findings or recommendations need to go to council or to a committee. Is that right?
That's correct. And again, I come back to, you might retain a consultant to look at an organizational process. How do we improve our recruiting process? It's taking too long to hire people. These are all administrative processes and work that really is under the purview of the CAO and department heads. You would not typically bring that to council. You might refer to it in a budget request to say, we're asking for resources because, but generally these are things that fall under the responsibility of the city manager. I think when you get into asset management, infrastructure, and again, health and safety, that elevates the recommendations. And I, in my view, any matters pertaining to the health and safety of the public that are material need to be escalated to council so that they can become aware of them, but also so that they have the assurance that these issues are being managed and resolved in an appropriate time frame.
Absent any specific governance or corporate policy, who is responsible for determining whether a consultant's findings or recommendations or their reports containing those recommendations should be presented to council?
I think that it would typically be staff. Again, a recommendation of the nature that suggests a risk to health and safety. I think that a director or general manager position would make the determination, is this material? Because if it's not material, then staff can just deal with it. But to the degree that they determine that this is a material issue, or we have findings or recommendations here that would suggest that we need to follow up on those, then I think it would be staff that would decide to bring that forward.
So when you say staff, you mean
the director or
management?
Yeah. I mean, typically it's the general manager that signs off on council reports. Sometimes the CAO does, but in general, it would be the general manager. And so it would be through that channel that a report would go forward to council. So it would need to be escalated to the senior officials in the department.
And I think your evidence assumes that the report would have been received from some project manager level and then escalated up to the director for decision making. Is that right?
Yes. In best practice, this consulting engagement would have been managed in the way that we spoke of earlier. You would have a team, you would have an engagement manager. They would be working with the consultant to complete the work. The report would then be distributed to the various parties who had an interest in viewing it. So having it sit with just one individual, certainly is not in keeping with best practice as I understand it.
And where staff have any concerns or questions about the validity or the usefulness of the findings or the recommendations in a consultant report, how quickly would you expect a staff to determine what next steps would occur?
I mean, presumably there was a work plan that anticipated that an engagement would be completed by in a certain window. You would be doing your best to meet that target. And so, these are typically things that are happening in real time as an engagement is reaching the stage of final report or final draft report. So I would expect these kinds of follow-ups to be done in a timely manner, having regard for the project timeline or the schedule that's been established for completion of the work. And there may be minor delays, but I think in general it would be to meet the schedule that was originally laid out when the consultant engagement was launched.
And can you tell me a little bit about the best practices for closing out a consultant retainer?
Yeah. I mean, you may go through a number of drafts of a report, again, depending on the nature of the engagement. However, you will reach a point of agreement between the city and the consultant that this is the final report. We've provided you with our input. You've responded to them either by accepting the suggestions we've made or saying, no, my report stands on its own. And then the consultant would issue a final report that would typically be delivered to the person who is the engagement manager and then circulated to the various parties who would need to see that report. Earlier drafts may also have been circulated to, in the process of finalizing and getting to a final product. But there is typically a one document that is issued that the consultant signs off to say, this is, I've completed the engagement. The city would attest to the fact that the work has been completed, the report would be issued, and then the consultant would receive final payment.
Once that final report is in the hands of the appropriate city staff, would it be stored and archived in the manner that we spoke about before, in an accessible way and in a way that reflects the legislative requirements of record management?
It should be, yes.
And where there is a report that doesn't have a strict timeline or a work plan with deadlines around it, how promptly would it be a best practice for staff to consider the recommendations in consultant reports and decide whether or how to implement those recommendations?
Yeah. I think obviously the fact of engaging the consultant and having the work done would suggest that there's an element of priority to the work. Consultants are not inexpensive, and you've invested in acquiring their time and expertise, and presumably you would first look for guidance from the consultant's report itself in terms of urgency, timing, because again, I'm coming at this from the context that we're dealing with an issue that appears to have elements of public safety. I think that elevates the obligations that staff would have to consider and act on the recommendations that have been provided to them, and certainly to address any issues that are presented by the consultant as urgent. You would consider, as I mentioned earlier, low-hanging fruit. Are there things that we could do quickly and maybe not terribly expensive within our operating budget even that would have an impact? And then are there recommendations that we either need to integrate into our next budget cycle, or there's some more significant consideration that has to be taken in order to move forward? Is there a capital project or work that's happening that would facilitate bringing these actions forward? I mean, there's a lot of moving parts in managing major infrastructure, and I think the more significant and costly the recommendation, the more time staff would require to consider how and when to bring it forward for implementation.
Thank you. The inquiry has received evidence and heard from staff that on at least 2 occasions, staff from traffic operations and engineering updated Public Works Committee, the Public Works Committee and therefore Council, that the recommendation from SEMA to do friction testing had been completed. And so there's an information update and a staff report, both of which list friction testing as completed. And the inquiries heard from staff in traffic operations and engineering who authored those reports, that they relied on Mr. Moore's statements that testing had been completed. What steps should be taken to ensure the accuracy of a staff report that's being submitted to council or committee?
I mean, responsibility for accuracy rests with the drafter. It is not unusual for a staff member who might be drafting a report to rely on the assertions, particularly of a senior manager, director in an organization, to put right into the report the information that's been provided to them. And then I think it would be kind of I say trust but verified. Do you have any reason to think that there's something that's not right here, or doesn't feel right, or gee, I want to do additional follow-up. I think in general, if a director level position is telling the drafter of a report that something's been done, I think it would be unusual for that to be challenged. So staff, would trust that the information that they're being given is accurate and that they can rely on it. I mean, this comes back to the principle of, culture. We're all on the same team, and, we're all working together to give our best advice and recommendations to council. And, you would not necessarily take it any further than that.
Thank you. So the trust and verify approach, if there was, if a staff member did have concerns that something seemed to not be adding up, or that there was some concerns about gaps or the information that they were receiving, what would be the steps to try to address those concerns?
Yeah, you could go back to the individual who provided you with the information and say, can you tell me more? I have some questions. Here they are, and see what comes back. And if you're still not comfortable, then I think you're back to the conversations that we've had about escalating, pushing it up the hierarchy. You may want to talk to your own director and say, look, can you just check into this for me, because here are some reasons why I'm not feeling as comfortable as I need to be in order to sign off on the report. Because remembering that most staff reports for council are signed by a department head, but they are most often drafted by someone at a manager or below level in the organization that has the knowledge and capability to draft the report. But it is the director or general manager at the end of the day who has the responsibility to sign off. And if there are concerns, those certainly should be brought to their attention before they do sign the report.
Thank you, Registrar. Could you bring up EXP 193 and go to image 36, please? Thank you. And can you call out the final paragraph on this page, please? So this is from the assumed facts, Ms. Baker. In 2016, Mr. Ferguson, who again is in traffic operations and engineering, he is a superintendent, so not at a manager level. He sent an email to a local community group copying the Public Works Committee and the mayor, which stated that friction testing recommended in the 2015 report would be completed by engineering services in 2016. And just as a matter of a little bit more background for you on this, the local community group reviewed the 2015 SEMA report that listed friction testing as a short-term measure, and the staff report, which listed friction testing as a medium-term measure, asked Public Works Committee and the mayor, actually asked council to reassess that timing. And in response, about 2 months later, Mr. Ferguson sent this email that said, the friction testing recommended in the 2015 SEMA report would be completed by engineering services in 2016. Mr. Moore was copied on the email and he replied to Mr. Ferguson, perfect. There's no evidence that friction testing was contemplated or performed on the Red Hill in 2016 after that email was sent. And Mr. Ferguson did not advise the local community group, the Public Works Committee, or the mayor that this friction testing hadn't been completed in 2016, although it's Mr. Ferguson's own state of knowledge about whether it had been completed or not, he may have not known either way. So I provided you with a little additional information than what's in the assumed facts, just to make clear that this commitment to do friction testing by engineering services was not part of an outstanding business list item or part of a staff report. It was in response to a community group that was reviewing the staff report about the 2015 SEMA report. So my first question is there a best practice on how this type of commitment flowing outside of a staff report or flowing outside of an outstanding business list item should be documented as a staff commitment?
I think it may have been a better approach to have engineering services who apparently were responsible for completing the work be the ones to make the commitment. I mean, I always caution staff, making commitments on behalf of others in the organization. And when they, while they're making the commitment, it would appear in this case in particular, don't have control of the outcome. And, informal or emails to local community groups, I mean, are an important piece of communication. So I think as opposed to, sending it out and then, to have Mr. Moore respond, maybe a draft of this would have been circulated to Mr. Moore or the engineering services division so that they could have eyes on it and put in the appropriate words. I mean, the lack of follow-on on the commitment, I think, is a different problem. But certainly the communication, it is all, I think it's one thing you always want to be cautious when you're making commitments to the public, that everyone who needs to see and understand that commitment is involved in the crafting of the message. It just comes back to, everybody needing to be on the same page, some due diligence being applied to, the crafting and delivery of that message to ensure that all the parties who were mentioned in it had an opportunity to review it before it went out.
Staff who make commitments on their own behalf of things they can control, is it your opinion that they then have a commitment to follow through on the commitment that they've made?
Sorry, could you just ask that question again?
Of course I can. So taking it out of the circumstance here where Mr. Ferguson has made a commitment on behalf of engineering services, in a circumstance where a staff makes a commitment to do something over which they actually have control about the outcome, is it your opinion that they then have a commitment to actually follow through on the commitment that they've made?
Clearly, yes. When you are communicating with the public, and particularly a public group that has taken an interest in a particular issue, I think a commitment that's made in a piece of correspondence like this would have the same weight as a commitment that was made in a council report or through any other documentation that's created and provided. So I would think at that point there would be an obligation then to either complete the work or to come back at some point if there were circumstances that did not allow that work to be completed, to follow up and say, I told you we were doing this. Unfortunately, for these reasons, it's been delayed or deferred, or we can no longer do it. You've established a relationship and a commitment with this group that you need to manage going forward.
Thanks. Registrar, you can close this call out. Turning to a different topic, and that's information sharing with counselors. In your opinion, is it appropriate for staff to share or disclose draft or in progress consultant reports to individual council members?
No. Managing the council staff relationship is something that is vitally, critically important, and maintaining the trust of council. Sharing draft reports with individual members of council, and I think at this point I would state that the authority and the responsibility for decision making and acting on behalf of the municipality rests with council, not individual councillors. So you want to avoid at all costs the perception that staff reports have been vetted politically, or that their staff's recommendations are somehow influenced by a political agenda. So in my view, those staff reports should be insulated from any political interference or the perception of political interference. And staff reports and recommendations should be provided to all of council at the same time, to ensure that there can be no question of there being some influence brought to bear by a member of council ahead of the full of council seeing the report.
Thank you. I think your answer was directed primarily at draft staff reports. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was going to be my next question, but the question that I had asked was actually about draft. No, it's fine. It was about draft consultant reports. Is your answer the same for draft consultant reports?
I think as long as the principles of no interference are followed. Again, draft consultants' reports are subject to change. In my view, council should only see final reports. When a consultant is still contemplating the final recommendations or advice that they're giving, then in my view, there should not be any involvement. The one exception or area, and again, I referenced an issue that I dealt with in my career that was somewhat similar to this one in terms of flooding. If you have something that's quite localized. So in that particular example, it was a neighborhood within a ward. The ward councillor was very concerned. So in that case, the consultant was brought out to public meetings prior to, the report being issued. I think that's a different standard. If you're looking at in this case, a piece of infrastructure and issues that have citywide, community-wide, council-wide interest, then involving or having individual counselors see material or be part of discussions prior to the whole of council receiving the report, in my view, is a problem and should be avoided.
Is that the case even if it is the counselors who actually brought motions that lead to the work of the consultant or staff? There's nothing, maybe I'll put it differently, there's nothing different or enhanced about dealing with counselors who bring the initial issue to staff?
If it's been brought through a committee, which I believe is the case, I think the best practice is that the report should go back to all of committee or council, so that all members of council can see them and get the information at the same time. Council might at that stage be prepared to allow a subset of council or a committee to interact with staff and seek additional information or meetings. But at least it's done with the knowledge of the full council. I mean, I have always in my time as CAO really, very, very been very guarded about having information go to individual members of council before all of council sees it. And I think there are just some, it's a practice to be avoided and only exercised in very exceptional circumstances for issues that are clearly local and clearly of concern to one member of council because it's only in their ward that the issue exists. I think then there's some there's some latitude for some meetings and discussions ahead of time. Staff still should be presenting their recommendations and their advice free from political interference. And if they are making recommendations, they need to be able to defend those. You cannot stand in front of a council committee or a council meeting and say, the councillor asked me to do this. I mean, that's, if you can't defend it, then it shouldn't be in the report.
Thank you. Registrar, could you bring up the document entitled City of Hamilton Council Staff Relationship? Thank you. Could you bring up the next image as well, please? So this is the council staff relationship policy, which you'll see was last, it's at the top, last reviewed April 2021. And Registrar, I'd like you to make this if we can make this the next exhibit, it's exhibit 235, please.
Noted.
Thank you. So this is a policy from the Office of City Manager that deals with staff and members of council. And you'll see, Registrar, you can pull this out, number 2 on the right-hand side. If you can pull out where it says number 2, council, and yes, perfect, thank you. Council and staff are committed to accountability and transparency among council and staff. And the commentary says staff will ensure that all council members are provided with the same information on matters of general concern or matters that will be discussed at a meeting of council or committee of council, and council and staff will maintain transparency in decision-making and ensure proper consideration of confidential matters. I take it that reflects the practices that you have put in place where you have, in the municipalities where you have worked with your own staff in dealing with council. Is that right?
Yes, I think you would find that that's a principle that would be common across most if not all municipalities.
And is this a obligation on staff and on council, but on staff that existed before 2021? I'm using 2021 because that's when this policy was last reviewed.
In my opinion, this has always been a best practice because this is at the very core of the independence of the professional public service. and that, the public service needs to deliver its advice and recommendations independent of political interference or political influence. And, then you serve council, not individual members of council. So those reports should go to the body through the clerk's office. And at that point, they become public and subject to discussion and debate at a council meeting, and council will make a decision if it's a report that requires that. So in my view, this is a principle that has been around, since the dawn of government, to be honest. And I think we talked about the Institute of Public Administration of Canada earlier. These would be the kinds of principles and values that you would see espoused by those kinds of organizations through their own codes of conduct and best practice advice.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Commissioner, I see the time is 12:30, just past 12:30. I expect I'm going to wrap up, and I'm wondering if you would prefer me to take a very brief break just to look at my notes and ensure I'm done, or if it might make sense to take a bit of an early lunch. I can confer with other council. The City of Hamilton is the only participant who intends to examine Ms. Baker, and we can set our schedule for when we come back from a slightly earlier lunch. I'm in your hands.
I think perhaps the latter course of action makes more sense. Why don't we take lunch now? It's 12:30. We'll return at 1:45. And in the meantime, Ms. Lawrence, you can set the schedule for this afternoon for us.
Thank you. That sounds great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner. So I was able to speak to council over the lunch break, and I can advise for the schedule for this afternoon. We will finish up with Ms. Baker. Mr. Chen expects to be about half an hour, and then we'll move to our next witness. We'll probably take a brief break in between, somewhere around 2:15 to 2:30, and I expect we'll be finishing before 4:30 today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baker, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you.
So Ms. Lawrence, I understand that Mr. Chen has questions for Ms. Baker.
That's right.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Chen.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Ms. Baker. I am one of the lawyers for the City of Hamilton, and I just have a couple of questions for you. So earlier today, you provided some very insightful commentary, and as well as in your report on safety and risk to human health. And specifically, you also talked about responsibility for public safety, and I think you had mentioned, no harm to the public is a kind of a if I can call it a guiding principle. So just putting that together on identifying a safety issue, is it fair to say that a safety issue can be a circumstance where some issue will likely impact human health? Is that a fair summary?
Yes, I think that's a fair summary. Yes. Okay,
and I'm of course referring to impacting human health in a negative way. And you're shrugging, meaning yes. I take
yes. It. Sorry, I forget that I need to respond. Yeah, I think we're talking about risks to health. Although, of course, municipalities also have a role in promoting good health. But I think in this case, we're talking about risks to public health and safety. Yes.
Okay. So now, when staff are assessing whether something is a safety issue on the definition we just discussed, the staff assessment would include, what likelihood an issue will negatively impact human health.
Yes, I think they would look at a range of factors to make that assessment. So the likelihood, the nature of the risk, etc.
Right. And in doing that assessment, I take it could be quite obvious in some cases as to whether an issue will likely impact human health.
Yeah, I mean, some things, clearly, a physical, physical damage that, a light pole that could fall on a car. I mean, there are things that, are obvious on their face. And then there are others where, a deeper assessment or expert opinion or other work may need to be done to both understand the likelihood and the nature of the risk. So there is certainly a wide range of risks that staff can assess.
Yeah, and certainly, and you're getting ahead of me, but that is kind of the direction that I intend on going. And just to bring it back to situations where it's quite obvious, in those cases, I take it you would agree that staff should act promptly and devote the necessary resources to address that issue, correct?
Of course, imminence, and certainly that word has come up in the context of today. Something that is imminent and obvious. You would not expect staff to do anything other than act, assuming they have the resources and the capacity to do so. If it's something that needs to be repaired immediately and they have the means to do so, they should proceed to do that. There may be a need for some, communication that something is happening, but in general, you would expect them to act expeditiously to make the necessary repairs.
Okay. And and I think you may have used the word spectrum, or that's how I see it.
A range, I think I said, or yes, yeah.
So on that spectrum, there would also be situations where it's not likely that an issue will negatively impact human health. So an easier decision, I would put it.
I mean, risk assessment by its nature says you look at a risk and you determine if the likelihood of that risk or the consequences are low, medium, or high. I mean, that is a typical practice that would be used in risk assessment. And in general, those of us who work in this space, you focus most of your attention on your medium to high risks. You focus less attention typically on low risk. It doesn't mean you ignore them, but certainly you want to deal with and put your resources, time, and energy into your medium to high risk first.
Right, and so I think what you're describing is kind of what my next question is getting at. Staff are engaging in a balancing exercise of the the low, medium, or risk or high risk with the resources available and whatever other priorities there may be.
Well, I think the two are separate. I mean, your risk assessment isn't necessarily colored by do I have the resources or the means at my disposal to deal with the risk. I think identifying the risk, assessing it, and then coming to a conclusion if it's a medium or a high risk or a low risk is one step. Then is it a risk that I need to mitigate? And if it is, do I have the necessary tools, resources, budget, whatever, to do so? Or, do I need to make a budget request? Do I need to hire expertise? I mean, these are all things that are looked at in the mitigation stage, not necessarily the identification stage or the assessment stage.
Okay, that's kind of the process, though. You have the identification stage, and then I think you call it the mitigation stage.
Yes.
Okay. And in your response, you talked about I think hiring third parties or seeking assistance or consultation from consultants. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, I did.
And I take it that's normal when staff don't have the necessary expertise in making assessments related to safety, for example.
Of course, yes. I mean, everybody is aware that there's sometimes a need for external resources. Either, I think the two examples I gave would be you don't have the expertise or you don't have the capacity, and in those cases, it is typical to backstop those kinds of gaps with consulting resources or temporary resources.
Right. And one of the I'll call it principles you've talked about today or terms you use is clarity. I take it you would expect clarity from your consultant in terms of what they're recommending.
Oh, yes. I think you need them to both do the work and the diligence required to make the recommendations, and then the report needs to be clear and understandable to the user. Right. And not necessarily the expert user, depending on the nature of the engagement. If the report's being released publicly, it should be understandable to counsel and to a layperson as well.
Right. So when you're engaged with the consultant, and just taking it back to the start, you would expect them to clearly identify the issues that the consultant believes would likely impact human health?
I think when you are engaging a consultant for their expertise in looking at risks to public safety, as it pertains to a piece of infrastructure, for example, yes, I think the more clear that the consultant can be on the technical reasons for their recommendation, but also the urgency or timing of when they believe certain actions should be taken in order to mitigate the risk that's been identified. I think that is extraordinarily helpful to both staff and to the council and the public.
Yeah, and would it assist if the consultant also identified what would happen if the recommendations were not implemented or moved forward on?
I think that's part of the the overall value of the report. I mean, urgency or being adamant, I guess, if I can use that word, that something must be done, as opposed to a recommendation that would improve the situation, but you may have some flexibility in timing. I think that's important. But if a consultant who is an expert in an area believes that if something isn't done, it could lead to more harm or more frequent harm or harm that could be avoided, then I think they do have, in my opinion, a professional obligation to point that out.
And that would certainly help with the city's understanding of the seriousness of the issue.
I think it would help. I also think that in the course of completing the work, these are typically conversations that might happen between staff and a consultant, because it's also incumbent on staff to make the inquiry if the information isn't provided. How urgent is this? I mean, these are the kinds of questions, I think, questions of clarity can also come from staff if the consultant hasn't provided that in their draft materials or in their, in their draft materials.
Okay. And I've looked back at the transcript and I couldn't find it, but I recall that you had mentioned that you've invested resources and time into working with the consultant, engaging the consultant. Was that a point that you made, or am I misstating?
I'm not clear. I mean, in my view, there is dialogue that would be happening in the course of a consulting assignment between the consultant and staff. I believe I mentioned that earlier. That's what I recall.
But is it fair to say that city staff can rely on the consultants to identify those issues that would likely impact human health? You're obviously getting the report for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I talked about engaging a consultant, there is a terms of reference or a request for proposals that would go out that would specify the nature of the engagement, but also the expertise that the city is looking for. And in the course of the responses, that expertise would be assessed, and presumably the city would have confidence then that the consultant that they've engaged has that expertise, and as a result of that, advice and recommendations that are made would have value and certainly could be relied on by the staff as as advice that they should move forward, utilize, and presumably implement.
Thank you. And just as an example, if a consultant recommends that the city could consider implementing a countermeasure or to take some action, I take it staff can rely on that conclusion, the way it's phrased?
Well, you use the word could, so could implies discretion, and that's where I think it's important because the nature of consulting engagements is varies, but in a circumstance where you're relying or looking to expertise. And again, I think, the stakes are higher when you're talking about an issue that might impact public safety. I think it's incumbent on the consultant to identify those things that they believe are important for mitigation versus things that might be a good idea, but they're not necessarily recommending. I mean, there are lots of things that you can do. I go back to, I believe in one of the reports, and I apologize, I think it was the 2015 report, there was a cost benefit analysis that was done on some of the recommendations. That's extremely helpful to be able to assess how important or how urgent or it is to move forward. Because if you've got something that's low cost, high benefit, that I call them low hanging fruit. But so I think, again, clarity, but conversations also will happen between staff and the consultant. And I think that's where clarity can come with respect to, how critical is it we do something versus, something that's a good idea, but, you're not necessarily recommending it as a measure that must be taken.
Right. And so you use the word must, and I don't think we need to go to your report. But one of the things you say is helping staff and council understand what the consultant feels the city must do versus things that are helpful but discretionary is always useful to ensure a municipality's time, effort, and resources are assigned to the right priorities.
Yes.
That summarizes, in effect, I think, our conversation.
It does, I believe, yes.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, if I can just have 5 minutes to consult with my colleagues.
Yes, by all means. Do you want to stay on the line, or do you want to just we'll adjourn for 5 minutes?
If you can adjourn if I can impose and adjourn for 10.
We're now in a negotiation, Mr. Chair.
We are not in a negotiation. I'm leaving it to you.
Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll return. I'll give you an extra couple on top of that. We'll say 2:15 as an even quarter.
This is a good day. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll open breakout rooms.
No further questions, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. Well then, first of all, I don't think, Ms. Lawrence, you have any further questions. Would that be right?
I don't.
Okay, Ms. Baker, thank you very much. We appreciate the time that you put in both in preparing your report and in preparing for and attending today to give your testimony. It's been very helpful to the inquiry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're excused if you want to sign off now. Enjoy the rest of the day. The rest of us, I believe, perhaps a few minutes is required in order to set up Mr. Baj. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, if I might have your indulgence just for 5 minutes so I can connect. I understand that Dr. Baj is in the waiting room, so I think we're ready to go, but I just want to have an opportunity to connect with him and make sure he's comfortable.
Well, I gave Mr. Chen 10 minutes, so I'll give you the same if you like. We'll return at 2:30.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Council, Dr. Baj. Commissioner, we have Dr. Hassan Baj here today, who of course you granted leave for examined to file a report and be examined, and Ms. Roberts is going to lead his evidence in chief.
Perhaps he should first be sworn in, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, he should. I'm used to leading. I apologize.
Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you affirm the evidence you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Roberts.
Commissioner, may I begin?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. With your indulgence, I'd like to begin with a housekeeping matter. I have 2 corrections to make to this report that Dr. Baj can confirm. The first one is on the report page 12, which I think will be image 13. There's a reference to footnote 3 on that page, and that should be corrected to footnote 5. Okay. The registrar is putting it up. So, registrar, if you go to page 12, I think that's image 13. Yes, petrographic number. You'll see 2/3 of the way down, there's a sentence that begins, according to H.N. et al., the PN typically ranges from 100 to 1,000. There's a footnote 3 that should be footnote 5. Thank you. And similarly on page 22, so registrar, that should be image 23, I think. This one's maybe more obvious. In the paragraph section 3.2, comparison with 1992 data, the last sentence in that paragraph, which begins, this explains the difference between PSV small numbers 1992 and PSV 2007. That reference should be 2008. Dr. Baj, have I explained those corrections correctly?
Absolutely. I do confirm that.
Okay. Good.
Registrar, you can take that call out down, please. You can take the whole report off. Oh, and I see that we're being asked to put Dr. Baj's full name on the screen. Dr. Baj, are you able to do that?
I may be able to do that. Rename, yeah. I can put my full name here.
And if you could just do a dash and say expert for Golder, I think that might be helpful as well.
Just a second.
Thank you. I hadn't noticed that before. So Dr. Baj, I just want to begin with an acknowledgement of your duty as an expert witness. You understand that your duty to this inquiry is to provide your evidence that is fair, objective, and nonpartisan. You understand that?
Yes, I do understand that.
And you understand that the duty to the inquiry prevails over any other obligations that you may have to Golder. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to your CV first. Registrar, that's Golder 7519. I think it's been marked as Exhibit 225. Thank you. Can you please go to the third image, Registrar? Dr. Baj, you're a professor at the University of Waterloo,
Yes,
and you are the chair in Sustainable Pavement and Engineering, that's Civil and Environmental Engineering,
yes, I am.
and the director of the Center for Pavement and Transportation Technology, University of Waterloo.
Yes.
I don't intend to go through your CV in a great deal of detail because that would take a long time. But what I want to do is focus on a number of areas, particularly your experience in relation to aggregates and asphalt mixes. So I want to focus, I think, on your experience in industry. Can you tell us about your experience in relation to the selection, testing, and qualification of aggregates for use in asphalt mixes?
Yes. So yeah, I completed my PhD in 2002, and even during my PhD, I was involved. Well, my PhD focused on the behavior of asphalt mixes, so that were and my master's as well. And then I worked for National Research Council for 1 year as postdoctoral fellow, and after that, I joined Centra, which is a division of Colas Canada. As a research engineer, and then I got different positions. And at this capacity, I was involved with like technical services of the company, including working with different regions of the company on mix designs and selecting materials, and that includes for sure aggregates. And that was for about 5 years. And like I also worked temporarily at a school in Montreal called École de Technologie Supérieure, where we worked on asphalt mixes and specifically SMA. That was about 21 years ago. After that, during this period, I gained a lot of experience with asphalt mix design and materials used in asphalt mixes. After that, I moved back to France, where I did my PhD. I worked for Lafarge at the Lafarge Research Center, which is the corporate research facility for Lafarge. Lafarge at that time was the first cement producer in the world, but also the second aggregates producer in the world. I was leading their R&D research projects on roads and road applications. So I would say more than half of my work was working with aggregates, because we were trying to find solutions to improve the quality of the aggregates for asphalt mixes, but also come up with innovative solution for asphalt materials. And then I became an R&D department manager, and my department was particulate solids, where aggregates was big part of what we used to do in that group. So I was involved with geologists and people who work in quarries, etc., working on aggregates and aggregates quality, aggregate characterization. And after that, I was in charge of infrastructure solution program, still at Lafarge Research Center, where I also continued to work on these aspects. I joined the University of Waterloo in 2014, and throughout my last 8 years with the university, I worked with different industry partners and also on funded projects by federal and provincial governments on aggregates, so including projects on selecting aggregates, studying the impact of aggregates on asphalt mixes. So yeah, this is in summary the experience I had on aggregates throughout the last my 25 years, I think, almost of involvement with asphalt mixes and materials in civil engineering.
So just one question. You mentioned reference Sintra. It's in your CV.
Yes.
It's on register. Can you go to the next page, page 3, the next image? Goes back to the beginning. It's reference Associate Director, R&D, Technical Division, Scientific Coordinator. What is Sintra?
So Centra is an asphalt materials producer and paving company located in the province of Quebec. They have different, at that time, they used to have around 35 asphalt plants throughout the province. And I'm not sure now, but it was at that time the biggest asphalt company in the province. And Centra is part of Colas, which is one of the world leaders in road construction. So it's a French company. Yeah.
Okay,
So
thank you. So, and I think you said that when you were with Lafarge in France,
yes,
that you were involved in the development of mechanisms to improve aggregate for use in asphalt. Did you have any involvement in reviewing the geology of quarries?
my team had. So in the previous page, in the image number 2, I mentioned it mentions my role as group leader, research group leader of the particulate solid group, and in that group we work on everything related to like particulates, like including for sure aggregates, but from smaller fine aggregates and cement particles to the rocks and the geology. So we had several research projects, and my involvement in the geological, the ones focusing on the geology, was as a group leader, but not as a project manager, because it takes a geologist to do this work. But I was involved as a group leader in these projects, and I'm very well aware of these projects. Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned it, but that included also a review of the different methodologies for producing aggregate. Can you just briefly address that and the importance of different methodologies being used to produce aggregate?
Sure. So, well, quarried materials are produced from aggregates, and if we focus on the ones that are obtained by breaking down, let's simplify, the rocks to smaller size. So the way how we break down the aggregates, the way how we like the processes and different type of equipment, like jaw crushers, for example, or gyratory crushers, etc. The sequence and the type of equipment we use will influence the quality of the aggregates that we get at the end. And my team was working with different quarries within the company in different countries on finding solutions and investigating ways to improving the quality of the aggregates, including for sure the skid resistance, or not skid resistance, or I would say the micro texture of the aggregates, as a way to improve the skid resistance and improve the polishing resistance of these aggregates with the time.
Right, and we've not asked you to provide an opinion in relation to friction, but as part of your research, and I think this is where you're going, you were involved in studies of the role of aggregates to provide good skid resistance in asphalt mixes.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I worked on different projects where we investigated. So there are two aspects here. One is working on the aggregates and examining the microtexture and finding better ways for the quantification of the potential skid resistance or polishing resistance. So we use different type of equipment like laser scanners. We used microscopes to study the roughness of the aggregates, but we also used PSV, which is one of the tests that like we're talking about here in the report, but comparing PSV on asphalt binder like to what we get from in asphalt mixes, and using different methods. And in particular, my focus was how to improve or incorporate recycled materials with virgin aggregates without impacting the skid resistance or the final pavement.
Thank you. And I think you've alluded to it, but among those testing procedures, and I'll come back to this, but that included PSV. Did it also include CPP?
No, I don't have. I never used CPP because CPP is only used in Quebec,
Okay.
and the only equipment is at NTQ.
Okay.
So we didn't have this equipment.
And I tell you, you've alluded to it in your experience in working with asphalt mixes. Did that include working with stone mastic asphalt mixes?
Oh, absolutely, yes. So well, stone asphalt, stone SMA, stone mix asphalt, or it's stone matrix asphalt. That's the original name. Is a very old mix actually, and there are different mixes even that don't have this name, but they are very similar in terms of mix design. So even during my PhD and after, I worked with different French mixes that are very similar to SMA. But my first work on SMA was in 2002. So 21 years ago, that was with NTQ in Quebec, Ministry of Transportation in Quebec. And we studied SMA, one of the SMAs used on Highway 20 in Quebec. And my role was working on the mix to evaluate its performance, like fatigue and rutting. And I have a few publications from that time, like the first one was in 2003. And then I used SMA in different projects, including projects that incorporate recycled materials, recycled shingles, actually. And that was also with NTQ at the time that I was with Centra. And even with Lafarge later, I worked on SMA. One of my projects included SMA. So I used it a lot in research, and at least 3 times in real life projects.
It's perhaps not obvious, but in 2007, would you have described SMA asphalt as experimental?
No. In 2007, well, as I said earlier, this stone mastic asphalt was created back in the 60s in Germany, and there's a lot of experience with this mix in Europe and worldwide. It arrived to North America, I think, sometimes in the 80s, and MTO started using it, I think, in 1990, and this mix is very well known. It's not an experimental mix. When it becomes experimental is when we're adding something new to it, or I don't know, an asphalt, a recycled material, or a different fiber, etc. But the one that was used in 2007 and the one that is standardized in Ontario is not an experimental mix, or wasn't in 2007. Yes.
Thank you. Do you have a view as to the appropriateness of using SMA on a road such as the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I think that the SMA is by far one of the best asphalt mixes that I work with, and it's a mix that is very adequate for use on like highly trafficked highways, like in all layers, like asphalt surface and the other layers, and I believe that it's not only adequate. I think it was the right choice for this highway.
Dr. Baj, I want to go to your report. Registrar, if you can take down this document and go to Golder 7517. I think that's 224, Exhibit 224. Thank you. So, Dr. Baj, much of your report addresses the testing of the aggregate supplied by Dufferin in 2007, and you review the various tests that were provided by Dufferin would show the aggregate met the specifications required for the project. And Dr. Flinch, in his examination earlier, has agreed with you that the aggregate met the requirements. So I don't propose to go through all of the evaluation that you've done here, but I do want to touch on some of it. And first, let me address a point. The aggregate proposed by Dufferin for use in the Red Hill was an aggregate from the Demix-Varennes quarry. It was not a designated source of materials in 2007, although it was so designated by the MTO in 2009. Would the fact that the Varennes Demix aggregate was not on the DSM list be a reason to refuse to accept it for use on the Red Hill paving project?
From a technical point of view, or from like a standardization point of view? Well, because
let's do it both ways.
Yeah, exactly. My answer would be no, both ways actually. Like it's not a reason to reject them. The first is that from a technical point of view, like I'm as an engineer, if I have a new material and I need to evaluate if the material meets the requirements, and that I think was done properly. From standards point of view, the standards in 2007 did not require that the material used in SMA or any of other mixes applications to be part of the DSM.
Would it have caused you doubt about the suitability of the aggregate? And maybe you've answered that, but let me just ask it directly.
No, that's a good question. I think my answer would be no, because this is a material that comes from a different province. So there is no reason to include it in that list if it wasn't used before in Ontario. So it's very normal when we have a new material. I think MTO does that all the time when they have a new material that is like a man-made material that's produced elsewhere that we start producing in Ontario, or a natural material like aggregates that is transported from another province to be used in a project. I think the right thing is to evaluate it before saying yes or no. So for me, it's like, no, I don't think that was a problem at all.
Thank you. I see Commission Council's come up, so.
Yeah, maybe I missed it in Dr. Baj's report, what he was just talking about. And if I did, I apologize. But if it's not in his report, Commissioner, if you find it helpful, then that's fine. But I do think we should.
So just to be clear, it is in the report.
Okay, then I missed it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there a consequence? So I can put this a number of different ways. Is there a consequence to the fact that that aggregate was not on the DSM list in 2007? Like what has to happen when you get a new aggregate?
So, like, again, from a technical point of view, I won't talk about for MTO, but from a technical point of view, I would evaluate the aggregates and see if they meet the requirements, and then if they are acceptable for the project, because in that specific case, I think there are specifications that are required. If the aggregate meets the requirements, so it should be used.
Okay, so that is, then you have to in my language might be accurate, but then Dufferin has to qualify the aggregate as appropriate and meeting the specification, and that has to be reviewed. Do I have that right?
Again, I don't work for MTO or for the municipality.
No. I'm talking.
But yes, that is, and that what was done actually. So I believe that this is the right thing to do. But even like, again, from a technical point of view, for me, the DSM is just a list that includes the material that are approved. If a material that is not on the DSM but meets the requirements, and at that time there was nothing that prevented using the aggregates in that situation.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Let's go forward. I want to address the testing of the aggregate, which assesses its qualities to resist polishing. You said that in 2007, a test like a PSV testing wasn't required for the provincial standards, but nonetheless, amongst the data sheet that Dufferin provided, there was a testing for resistance to polishing. Perhaps we can go to it. Registrar, can you please go to Appendix 1 of this report on page 28, which I think is image 29. Oh dear. Registrar, can you make this a bit larger? Okay. Dr. Bosch, can you just identify what this is?
So this is the data sheet that was provided by the MIX in 2007 for the coarse aggregates used in the Red Hill Valley project, SMA.
Okay.
Yeah.
And way down at the bottom, there's a second last line item is polishing by projection coefficient.
Yes.
P. What is that?
So this is the test used in Quebec in lieu of the PSV that we use in Ontario and some other jurisdictions. So the polishing by projection is a test that is used to evaluate the potential of the aggregates to resist polishing over time.
And can you briefly explain what that testing is?
Yeah, for sure. So the original test is in these tests actually I think was inspired from a test used in France that is also has a similar name, an equipment called GRAB in French. And these tests we subject the aggregates to artificial polishing or accelerated polishing in the lab by projecting a powder or an emery or like aluminum oxide powder and water on the aggregates for about 45 minutes, if my memory is good, 20 some cycles. And this way the aggregates get polished in the lab. And after that, these aggregates will be tested using the bridge pendulum that is the same one used with for the PSV to determine their potential skid resistance. And it's always compared to a reference aggregates or a reference number actually from imperfect aggregates, and that gives a value, and this value is in this case, it's 0.49%. Typically, it's 0.3, 0.35 would be the limestone, and it can go up higher than that. So this number here is the number reported here is 0.49, which is the test result.
Can you tell me whether that is good or bad or acceptable or not? 0.49?
Well, it is acceptable, and the minimum used in the standards, the norms in Quebec is 0.45. That is used for highly trafficked highways in most of the province.
Thank you. Sure, you can take down that call out, please. No, we've heard in the course of the last, we've heard a lot about polystone value testing. And as I understand it, that's the test used by the MTO to address aggregates and their ability to resist polishing?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Registrar, so you can take down this appendices and actually go to the one prior on page 20. Sorry, one further on page 29. Thank you. I'll go to this in a second, Dr. Bosch, but can you explain briefly the PSV testing? what that
So
is?
the PSV testing is similar to the CPP in the sense that when we have when the aggregate is a candidate to be used in a surface mix, we place these aggregates in trays, and these trays are placed on a
Enjoy the rest of
outer side of the wheel, and then using two types of powders or emery, that is injected. This wheel will start rotating, and there is another rubber wheel that will start polishing the aggregates with the emery being inserted at that time. And we simulate again several years of in-service use of the aggregates. So the target is to polish the aggregate to an advanced stage, similar to the projection that I explained earlier. And then these aggregates are tested using the bridge pendulum compared to a standard aggregate, and then it gives us a number. In this case, the number is reported here in the table. It's 52. And yeah, so I don't know if I need to, if it's not clear, I can elaborate.
Thank you. So let me just ask the question. So both tests, the CPP and the PSV, are there to evaluate an aggregate's resistance to polishing. Is it possible to correlate the PSV and the CPP test?
So I was unable to find any correlation between the CPP used in Quebec and the PSV. Probably MTQ did that, but I haven't seen any published data. However, in my report, I talked about the original CPP test, if you wish, which is slightly different but similar, used in France, and in figure. Trying to find this
it's
figure.
6. Let's go register. Let's go to it. It's figure 6 of your report.
Figure 6.
Page
Yes.
15, image 16.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
I think this is the figure. So is this figure 5? So,
it's not this one. It's next page. This is figure 5.
There you go.
Exactly. So this one shows a correlation from a very good document, actually. That's the references here by LCPC, which is the main research lab on pavements and bridges in France. So in this research, they compared PSV to RPA, and RPA is the value obtained from the projection test used in France, which is similar to the CPP. And here we see that we have an excellent correlation between this PSV and RPA value. So I would expect that the CPP, because the concept of the RPA and CPP is very similar, I would expect to have also a good relationship between the two. I mean PSV and RPA, and for sure RPA and CPP.
You've have the physical and mechanical test results of the testing conducted by the MTO, and we were just there. Registrar, I'm going to ask you to go back, please, to Appendix 2, which is page 29, image 30. Next one. Appendix 2. Thank you. And this, let me ask, what is this?
So these are the test results obtained by MTO on an aggregate sample, like 2 aggregate samples, one fine and one coarse, sent by the mix aggregates, which from the variance quarry in 2008. So that was part of the process of evaluating the appropriateness of these aggregates to be added to the DSM in Ontario.
Thank you. And I think maybe the easiest place to look at this is where you've summarized the MTO testing, which is in your report at page 16. Registrar, can you please go to page 16, image 17? So you've got table 1, which is the summary of the testing for the, I think was the testing provided by Dufferin in reference to the Quebec standards, and table 2 is the testing provided of the aggregate by the MTO in 2008. You've got a note here, it's a star at the bottom of table 2, requirements for the highest traffic category, category E. What does that mean?
Yeah, category E is 30 million ESOL. So I don't remember the details I have it here. So it's part of the OPSS, like Ontario Standards 1003. It's a category, the highest traffic category in Ontario for asphalt and aggregate material selection and design. And it's when the traffic is higher than 30 million equivalent single axle loads over 20 years. And that is a category where that corresponds to freeways, major arterial roads with heavy truck traffic, and special applications such as truck and bus climbing lanes or stopping areas.
So it means that an aggregate that meets these requirements would be appropriate for use for their highest traffic, highest speed highways?
Yes.
Okay, I want to stay focused on the PSV testing. Dr. Flinch, in his testimony, described the PSV testing as showing the terminal polished state. And I understand that he means by that the state at which an aggregate will not polish any further. In your view, does PSV show the terminal state of an aggregate?
Not necessarily. So the test, like it's intended to simulate polishing on the aggregates. So whether the PSV or the CPP, both, we try to polish the aggregates as much as possible in the lab. We cannot do that forever. So we should stop the test at one point. So if the aggregates that I have are like excellent to start with, the polishing in the lab would probably lead to 50-60% of the polishing that would happen in real life. If we are starting with a limestone, for example, maybe after 10 minutes of polishing, we will reach the terminal state and we will polish everything. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's always terminal state of polishing.
And that depends in part on at least the aggregate. Is that what?
Exactly.
So staying with the table, and you've already referenced it, the table shows polished stone value. It's the last entry on table 2, PSV. And the results in 2008, and I think you referenced them, that's 52.
Yes.
What does that test indicate to you?
So 52 is higher than the minimum required in Ontario, and higher than the minimum required in many other places, actually. And it indicates to me that the quality of the aggregates is good for use when a skid resistance is required or needed.
Now we focused on the CPP and PSV testing. Are there any other tests that you've evaluated which would give an indication of the aggregate's ability to resist polishing?
Yeah, so there are some, as I said, tests used in research, as I said earlier, microscopy to evaluate the micro structure, laser scanners, or also some advanced tests that can be used on asphalt mixes as well, or on aggregates. But if I look at the tests that we have here in the table, I would say that we have other numbers here or other values that would help me understand whether the quality of the aggregates will be good for this type of application. For example, the granular petrographic number, PN, which is, I think, the 5th value in table 2, It's 100 here for this type of aggregates. This value reflects the quality of the aggregates. It's a test that's done by geologists, and they try to evaluate different things like how clean the aggregates are, how good the aggregates are, the mineralogy used in the aggregates, the scratching, different things are included in this number. So this number, when this number is low, it indicates that the quality of the aggregates is high, and 100 is almost about the lowest that we can reach with natural aggregates. Like according to the literature, they've seen 90, but 100 is also reported to be at the one of the best numbers. There is also the very first number, which is the microduval abrasion. Again, this is a standard test used in Ontario, in Quebec, and almost everywhere now. It's called abrasion, but it's actually attrition. So the concept of the test is that we have a small drum in which we put steel spheres, smaller steel spheres than other tests like the Los Angeles. And then the drum starts rotating, and then the aggregates hit each other, and they get hit by the steel spheres. And then the surface of the aggregates gets, with the impact, we lose this micro roughness will be certainly impacted. And how much we lose at the end of the test reflects whether the aggregates are good or not to resist attrition and abrasion. And in this case, we have 2.7%, and the minimum required is 10%. So it reflects that the aggregate here has good resistance to attrition as well.
It is, and forgive me for asking what might be a rudimentary question, but is attrition related to microtexture?
So somehow, because at the end of the day, what will happen during when we open the road to traffic and the vehicle starts damaging the asphalt and the aggregates, there will be some attrition that, and this is what leads to polishing actually. Like it's somehow similar, because if the aggregate is strong and this micro roughness is strong enough to resist the attrition, it will most likely also resist the impact caused by the traffic better than another aggregates that doesn't have good resistance to attrition.
So if it's resistant, if it is resistant to attrition, it's more likely to retain its microtexture. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we have here the CPP testing, the PSV testing, as well as the other laboratory results that you consider. And we have your evidence with which Dr. Flinch agrees that showed that the aggregate was suitable for the application and could have been expected to provide good skid resistance. Is there anything in any of this testing that would suggest to you that this aggregate might be susceptible to undue polishing?
No.
Okay. And obviously in 2007, Dr. Uzorowski wouldn't have had the MTO testing that was done in 2008, but he had the data sheet provided by Dufferin that you summarized in table 1 here. Were you provided these test results in 2007, would you have accepted the aggregate as suitable and appropriate for the application within an SMA mix?
Yeah, absolutely.
You address this in Dr. Flinch in his report in section 2.1.5 addresses the 2017 PSV testing conducted by Golder. This was testing of the aggregate that had been in service on the Red Hill for 10 years and was extracted from the used asphalt. In your experience, is it usual to test aggregate that's been in service?
No. Okay. Not in this way yet. Not with PSV for sure.
And here it was done by Golder for a particular purpose. That's correct.
Yeah. So if we are trying to evaluate the future use of the aggregates, so we can conduct this type of test, which was done here, because we are projecting the future. So the PSV doesn't tell me anything about the aggregates now. It takes the aggregates and polishes the aggregates to a certain level, like we talked about that earlier, not necessarily terminal, but like in service long-term situation. So by taking the aggregates from the asphalt mix, modifying them through the process of extraction and recovery, etc., and then taking them to the PSV test and running a PSV test on them, what this would tell me is, if I have to reuse these aggregates, how would they perform later? That may be acceptable, but not to tell me if the aggregates have polished in the past. That's another story.
All right. And indeed, Golder was using it to evaluate whether the aggregate could be used in hot and place recycling.
Yes, that's true.
Right. Okay. And Dr. Flinch, though, notes that the PSV of the in-service aggregate, and then he suggests a connection with what the virgin state of the aggregate might have been. Do you agree that the 2017 testing of the recovered aggregate would have given you any indication of what the virgin state might have been?
No, not at all.
Okay. Dr. Flinch then notes that the friction on the Red Hill declined by approximately 20% between 2008 and 2014. And he seems to draw a connection between the PSV testing in 2017 and the decline in friction. In your opinion, would the PSV testing of the in-service aggregate tell you anything about whether the aggregate had in fact polished?
No. Not with, as I mentioned before, the result and even the specifications and the test standard says clearly that testing recycled aggregates or aggregates taken from asphalt mixes would lead to misleading information. So the PSV obtained in 2017 would be a misleading number. So I cannot use this one to say, hey, the aggregate polished or not. And I repeat that again, the PSV won't tell me what's the situation now. It will tell me what's the situation if I put this aggregate again for another 10 years. So I cannot use it to say what happened in the past and connect it to the virgin aggregates in any way.
But that, just to cover off the point, but that doesn't tell you, it doesn't conclude that the aggregate hasn't polished, but only that this test doesn't tell you whether it did or not.
So any aggregate, any natural aggregate will polish for sure. So that's a fact. But when I take the aggregates and then run the PSV on them, it doesn't tell me anything about the past. So I cannot connect it to what happened during. I cannot connect it to the virgin aggregates, and I cannot use it to conclude whether this aggregate polished over the last 10 years too much or very little. Like there's no connection.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just interject for a second? I think you're making a simple statement, and that is that the only use that can be made of this would be as a projection of what this aggregate tested in 2017 might be like 10 years from now, being colloquial.
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner, subject to any further questions that you might have, and obviously cross-examination from counsel, I have no further questions.
Well, I have no further questions. Mr. Lewis, do either of the other council have questions for Dr. Bosch?
When I last checked, other council did not, but I should confirm that.
I'm hearing silence. Mr. Chen,
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Bourrier?
No questions from us, Commissioner.
Okay, Mr. Buck was on earlier. Is he on this call? Not seeing.
Commissioner, no questions on behalf of Dufferin.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Lorient. Mr. Lewis, do you have any questions?
I just had a few questions, not very many.
Okay.
Let's have one moment. Just a few questions, Dr. Baj.
Sure.
The issues that you were disagreeing with Dr. Flinch on, and he testified on these as well, but it was about the validity of using the 2017 PSV testing, as you just described right now. That was your first, and the other was about the 1992 PSV testing, which we don't need to deal with, but we read your report and Dr. Flinch addressed that, and that's fine. Other than that, when you're talking about the testing, you referred to Dr. Flinch having covered most aspects of skid resistance and a comprehensive analysis of the field testing. You don't take any issue with that stuff, right?
I wouldn't say that. That my mandate was to comment on the testing. So in general, I think Dr. Flinch did great job as addressing different points. I would probably disagree on certain things, but I'm not here to discuss them. Yeah.
All right. And then, as you said, it's reasonable to expect some polishing during an aggregate service life, right? They all do. They all polish, right?
They all polish to a certain point, yes.
Yeah. So at least directionally, although you say you don't opine on friction, but directionally, you're saying at least some cause in this instance of any reduction in friction, whatever that is, it would have been the effect of polishing, not an inordinate polishing, because as you said, it's not the aggregate itself isn't particularly susceptible or unusually susceptible to it, but that's part of it, is it not? Or do you not opine on that at all?
So during the in-service life of the pavement, there are many factors that would lead to a decrease or a drop in the skid resistance, and aggregate polishing is one of them. So losing this microtexture. Why I'm saying microtexture over the time, that would lead to a decrease in the skid resistance, and that is a normal process. But also the macrotexture of the aggregate of the pavement itself, like under the traffic, this macrotexture will be impacted, and the higher the number of vehicles and heavy vehicles that we have, the lower the speed in urban settings, for sure. That would also lead to a loss of them of that macrotexture, and would also impact. We can never quantify it as percentages because it's different from a case to another, but it's also a very important factor that we need to take into account, the time of the testing and other factors. And if we are analyzing a specific situation, there are so many other factors that may play a role.
Right, but the macrotexture results were satisfied. You're not taking any issue with that. Or at least you weren't asked to look at it. Is that fair?
I wasn't asked to comment on the macrotexture, and it has been tested here and there, but we don't have a lot of that, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you referred to, and this is why I'm asking the question about friction. You stated in your report that, and I won't take you to it, but it's at image 26, page 25. you indicated that Dr. Flinch considered the drop in friction of 20% over a 6-year period as significant. I've examined the literature on this point and found that this drop is within the norm for paving projects with similar materials and service lives. And I took Dr. Flinch to that reference in your report in his testimony on Thursday, and on this exact question and the use of the word significant. And, that's just a characterization perhaps, but and he said, it depends on what you start with. If you start with a very high friction value, then if you drop 20%, you still have high friction. But if we have a friction like we had that started with about 40 something, that being around 30, and then being around 30, then it's more critical than in other cases. And again, what I'm saying, it's relative, but I do feel that it is significant. So the point being, a 20% drop is more significant if you're starting from a lower value for FN value than a higher one. Would you agree with that proposition?
Well, I think it would be significant if we start with higher value, because the drop will be bigger. 20% from a high value is bigger than 20% from a low value. But I'm not going to discuss that.
The math. I appreciate
that's the math. That's the math. Exactly.
The math. But there is a qualitative less of a difference in a drop of, say, from 60 to 50 than there is in a drop from 40 to 30. Correlative. You agree with that?
So, my comment there is that to start with, actually, I found that the reason why I contested this conclusion or observation from Dr. Flench, actually, quite respectfully, is that it was just subjective to me. I didn't find anything to support whether it's high or low. Where is the data and how we reached this conclusion? So this is why I try to look at the literature and find projects where we studied the pavement friction over several years, and I actually found a few, very little. One in New Zealand that I mentioned, where it's clearly, obviously, we found that a drop of more than 20%. But the most important one that I found was actually done by MTO over around 10 years on Highway 401, close to Milton. So geographically, it's very close. The type of the aggregates that was used is trap rock, that is very close to the one used in there. They used SMA using the standard mix designs that we have here. So this project, for me, I found it very comparable to the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And this is why I looked at this, and I found that over 9 years, similar period, the friction dropped by 26%, and it dropped from 46, I think. I don't have the exact numbers. I used their figure from around 36 to 34. So we have similar numbers, and we have similar materials. Similar traffic is not very, very different. It's higher traffic, but four lanes, higher speed, 3 lanes. So it's in each direction versus 2 here. So similarity is very big, and MTO concluded that these numbers are within the norm, and they are within the acceptable range for this type of aggregates, materials, and highways. So this is why I concluded that for Ontario conditions, a drop of 20% is within the acceptable norm, here. So
we're talking about the SMA project that was done in the mid-90s, and there was a 10-year monitoring of it, and I believe that paper was authored by, among others, Becca Lane at the MTO. Is that the one you're talking about?
Exactly, Becca Lane and other authors, and Chris Raymond and others, I think. It was published at the CTAA, Canadian Technical Asphalt Association conference.
Yes, that's in evidence. We have that. Okay. Last point is, you just on the reasons why you speak of the PSV from an in-service aggregate test being inaccurate. One of the points that you raise is that the extraction and recovery methods will leave asphalt cement on the aggregates, which could affect the results. That's one of the things that you talked about in your report.
Indeed, and we do a lot of extraction and recovery in our labs, and I see these aggregates after the extraction, and we always have some fines that come out from that process. So, and we use very strong solvents. So the aggregates that we get at the end, I cannot just go and use them as aggregates or test them to tell me how was the aggregate before.
Right. So would they not also, if that's the case, would they not also be inaccurate, the test result, for the purpose that Golder was using it for, which is to evaluate for hot in place recycling, or no?
So in my opinion, that would, like, the process would affect the aggregates negatively. So it's the way they did it. They extracted the aggregates and tested them, and the number that the test would give would be lower than the real PSV, expected PSV. So it's more in a conservative way. Wouldn't lead to an optimistic value that would lead to problems later. It's the opposite, actually, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I think we're finished. Dr. Baj, thank you for your report and for your time today appearing to give your testimony.
Thank you.
You're excused. We appreciate your testimony. It's very helpful to the inquiry.
Thank you very much.
For the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
And for the rest of us, I think, Mr. Lewis, we stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Is that correct?
That's right. Mr. Dewan Kareem will be testifying tomorrow.
Okay, good. Then have a good evening, everyone.